you.
Good to see you. Shall we start? Shall we start earlier?
I'm going to count you down on 3 before we go live. So we go live at the top of the hour. So we have another...
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session. In this next 1.5 hours, we will be looking at different tools and ways that these tools are being implemented in order to help the various, let's say, tools that can be used for enhancing NDCs to support the implementation of nature-based solutions. And the first hour, we're going to discuss about how that is being implemented, some of these tools. We will discuss about 5 tools that TNC has been promoting. And then in the latter part, half an hour, we will be launching a new tool, a policy related tool for nature-based solutions. And so it is a pleasure to have here this very distinguished panel, which is composed, well, first I must say that I am Leonardo Lacerda. I am the Global Managing Director for TNC for our program that we call Tackling Climate Change. And for some reason, can you please turn it on? Can you please turn it on? Next slide. Okay, so as the one back, please. So as part of this panel, we have here to my left Dr. Gao Xiang. He's the director of the Department of International Policy at the National Center for Climate Change Strategy and International Cooperation in China. He is a member of the Chinese delegation here, and unfortunately he'll need to leave us sharp at 3:20, so he will be doing that, and he'll be excused to do that. And from Colombia we have Dr. Alex Jose Saer, who is the technical director of at the Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development in Colombia. And we also have a colleague, Diego Navarrete, who is the NCS leader for TNC Colombia. So, next please. So in 2017, TNC and partners have developed, our researchers have identified that nature itself, with its own regenerative powers, can actually help us to mitigate 30% of what is needed by 2030 in order for us to be on a pathway to 1.5 degrees by the end of the century. So that is a lot. And that is about 11 gigatons. And that could happen in the areas of protect, manage, and restore. In protection of forests, wetlands, and grasslands, or management of agricultural lands, pastures, etc., and the more typical restoration we've been talking about in restoring forests or wetlands. Next, please. And in achieving that, we have identified about 20 pathways in order to achieve that goal. And that can go from reforestation to avoided forest conversion or nutrient management. What I'd like to call your attention here is to say that that mitigation is limited to $100 US in terms of its effectiveness. So we count it as if it would be achieving up to $100 per ton. And in this graph, you see that there are some forms, some pathways that are actually cheaper. For example, avoided forest conversion is cheaper than reforestation, for example. And that gives us a sense of where to put some of the emphasis in deploying everything we can do in order to have NCS or nature-based solutions be a support to achieving our NDCs. Next, please. And what is key here is that in this graph you see that that effort is even greater by the date of 2030, by when the green part of that graph would represent about 30% of the effort. So with that, we have been in contact with a number of countries to have them deploy and understand how for each of the countries they could do an assessment to see how to deploy all of these different pathways. And today with us we have two examples of these two countries, China and Colombia. And we would like to hear from Dr. Gao how they in China have implemented this assessment.
Thank you, Leonardo, to give me this opportunity to participate in this very important event. The NCC, where I'm working for, is in fact a think tank for China regarding to the climate change and to make policy suggestions. And the NDCs we have just submitted before COP26 was also one of our research outcome, and we provide that to our government. In fact, we also have a very good relationship cooperation with TNC in China, and we have a very good research project, and NBS is one of the topic we are focusing on in recent years. And in fact, China is very proactively implement the NBS to address the climate change and also other environmental protection issues, because in our mind, NBS, the nature-based solution, is consistent with and also is a very useful approach to implement our concept of eco-civilization, and to share some of the principles with you about the eco-civilization. For example, we say that the man and the nature needs to coexist in harmony, and the lucid water and the large mountains are invaluable assets, and also we need to carry out holistic conservation and the systematic governance of mountains, rivers, forests, grassland, lakes, and deserts. So these are some of the concepts we are working under for the eco-civilization, and we feel NBS is very consistent with the concept we are approaching for. And also guided by these principles, China and New Zealand, we co-led the 2019 UN Summit on the NBS, and we contribute to this concept of NBS to the world, and we try to help the whole world to make the NBS into implementation and to address climate change. And we also, in fact, in China, we have a quite a long history to apply NBS to address different environmental issues, including climate change and water and biological conservation. For example, if you read our recent submitted NDC, the National Determined Contribution document, to the IUCN, it's available online, and we have also English version for that translation. You will see we include many of the cases, and one of the typical cases for that is we have a story date back to 1962 in the Mongolia. The local people work very hard to turn the desert back into forest. That means they do a lot of afforestation, and right now it is a very large forest area. And by this kind of actions, we have both reserved the water and purified the water, and have a very good contribution to the climate, to address climate change, because it's a large part of the carbon sinks. This is one case, and in another case we also have in our national determined contribution is about our new policy, and we call it the ecological red line policy, which means that for those areas that have a very important ecological functions, we draw a red line, and to protect these zones in a hybrid way, that different ministries and the different department, local ones and the different stakeholders will work together, both horizontal and vertical way, and to collect the effort to protect this area, not only to say that to address climate change, but also to protect the environment and to contribute to the biological conservation. So by this comprehensive thinking of under what we call the ecosystem eco civilization, and also like the NBS, what is more international term, I think we can when we have the comprehensive design, and then we can achieve a very comprehensive results. Not only focus on climate change, but we can have a lot of co-benefits from different areas. So these are some of the cases in China in our policies, and but of course, in fact, during this policy implementation, we also feel there are some challenges for this NBS, and I would like to share with the friends here. I think the first one is that the concept of NBS is very good, but in practice there are some challenges. For example, we need to tell the decision makers what exactly we are going to do for NBS, because sometimes we feel NBS is more like the concept, and sometimes, for example, like the NCS, we have the 20 categories. They are in fact very practical approaches. So sometimes we say NBS to the decision makers, they are asking us what exactly you mean, and what kind of policy you need us to promote this kind of either concept or this practical approaches. So this is something when we try to make the policies, we have to make it very clear to the policymakers what exactly they need to do. And the second one is that we need to identify the value added of using the term NBS. For example, before we have this term NBS, I think the earliest one we have, that's in 2008. And before that, we already have, for example, we have the ecosystem-based approach. And we also have like the afforestation, reforestation, and in the agriculture, we have like the eco-agriculture or green agriculture. We have several similar items, especially for specific areas. So what can we bring to as value added if we use the NBS as a term to cover all of them? I think one thing is that, just as I mentioned previously, it's a comprehensive thinking. Not only focus on, for example, agriculture or forest, but we take everything together when we make use of the nature, and to have this human system get in harmony with the nature. So, but this one is like at the concept level. When we're going to develop these policies, we have to make it clear how to coordinate these different areas. And then this comes to the third challenges for us, because I guess in every country, either in Colombia or in China, different ministries will have their different jurisdictions. So if you create the term NBS whole, so which ministry is going to take the lead, and how this ministry is going to cooperate with others, this is a very important thing. Because this thing that I don't think we have a solution for a single solution for every country, because different countries have their own different national circumstances. Sometimes, like for China, we have the Ministry of Environment, we have the Ministry of Resources, we also have the Ministry of Development. So who is going to take lead? Maybe we have our answer and solution, but the things would be different in Colombia. So I think these are three of the challenges. After we have this research together with TNC, we have identified several, but I think these three is something that if we wish to apply and to have more countries to implement NBS, these are some things that every country needs to think about within their own national circumstances. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions that you would like to ask Dr. Gao before he leaves?
Please, I'm pleased to receive questions.
Also from the audience, because he will need, unfortunately, to leave. Please.
Maybe a question that I will have is, how is the coordination between the national level to the local level? Because sometimes it's really difficult, at least in Colombia, to have those coordination when there are different type of governments and try to and governments in the local level maybe prefer other kind of solutions others than nature-based solutions which the results are not that easy to view from the perspective of the long-term planning, no?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's a very interesting question because the case in China is that I think the kind of eco-civilization is one of the guiding principles for both central government and all the local government. I think it's a different political system in China, especially. I think that's why I say different national circumstances. So in China, both the central government and the local government and even companies, they are following the development strategy of China, which includes the eco-civilization. So we will pay attention to this NBS nature-based solution issues in different level. But in specific cases, it depends on whether this issues is cross boundary of different provinces or it's a special local ones. If this is local ones, then the local government have the stronger voice on that, but following the general guidance from the central government. But if this is for example, like the ecological red line policies, it's a national-wide one. So the national government, especially the Ministry of Environment, will take the lead. And the local government, then they will organize their own the mapping of the zoning, and they report this proposal to the central government, and central government will certify that. So this is the case in China. Thank you.
I'd like to congratulate China for having committed to achieving neutralization before 2060. And in order to make that commitment, some very important NBS tools were used, including on the stock of wood. Could you describe a bit to us how were the internal discussions about getting that NBS tool as part of the overall commitment?
Yeah, thank you. Well, I think many of the colleagues are quite interested in our 2016 carbon neutrality target. Well, it's quite far away, in fact. But during our discussion, I think not only to say that contribute from the nature, because like just you demonstrated that it could contribute to 1/3. Of course, this is for 2030, but for us it's 2016. But I think we should do things in both hands. On one hand, to do the mitigation, traditional mitigation from fossil fuels, from industries, and to reduce the emission. And on the other hand, we will make best use of our nature. I think from two aspects. The first aspect is to increase the carbon sinks, especially from forest and like the wetland and other grassland, to increase the carbon sinks. And the other aspect is to make use of the nature, especially like the green, as I mentioned, we say it's a green agriculture and something to reduce the emission from agriculture sector and the LULUCF sector. And by that way, I think we can achieve our target of carbon neutrality before 2016. But we're still doing the detailed strategy and detailed plan for that. So right now, we have published our general guidance for that, and you can also have that online in English version. We'll have that. You can have a look. Thanks.
We have time still for one last question. Anybody from the group would like to ask Dr. Gao? Yes, please.
Hi, thank you for that. I was just curious as to what does the role of the carbon markets also play in the China pathway? I just wanted to get like your thoughts on that.
I should borrow as well. Thank you so much. I think the carbon market is one of the most important policies in China to achieve our NDC target. And but right now, I think the carbon market covers only the power sector, the fossil fuel power sector, and we are planning to expand the coverage of the carbon market in the following years. And at this moment, the carbon sinks is not included in the national carbon market, but we have a voluntary trading system in China regarding to the credits resulted from the forestry actions. So it is right now more like the voluntary thing that, for example, the companies they wish to buy the credits, and they can do that. Thank you.
Well, I think it's time now for you, Dr. Gaoxiang, to go to your meetings, but we wholeheartedly thank you for being with us, and good luck on implementation. As we said, on going from assessment to real implementation on the ground, and it will be a pleasure to continue as a partner with China on this. Thank you very much. Yep.
I sincerely apologize that I have to go to my negotiation item, but very glad to see all of you here. Thank you so much.
And as we continue, I'd like to share now 5 different tools that TNC and partners have developed. Next slide, please. Before we go to the case study also in Colombia. So first tool, so we've been developing a number of tools that can help with decision making. As countries need to delve into this issue and say, well, how can we overcome, how can we really implement, as we said, well, how do we go from assessment to implementation, as Dr. Gao said. So the first tool was what we call mapping the natural climate solutions opportunities. So this gives you a sense in the whole world. So we took the 20 pathways and we looked at each one of them and for each country and seeing where do we stand the best chances of implementation. So the darker green represents the countries that are offer the best opportunities for the cheaper way of implementing the nature-based solutions. So this tool, you can have access through the natureforclimate.org. You just write N4C mapper and you get it. It's fascinating. You can see each one of your specific countries in it. Another tool that will be, is still embargoed but will come out soon, is to say that, although we talk a lot about restoration as a key tool, actually, because we are constrained in terms of time and because we are constrained in terms of money, we try to establish a hierarchy of in between protect, manage, and restore. What are the best options, the soonest and the cheapest? And so you actually come up with a different global picture in the sense that protect should come first because that avoids a lot of the deforestation that needs to come out. And then manage actually is a larger part. It offers a lot of opportunity, particularly in agriculture, in nutrient and so on. And restore has an incredible opportunity, but it's more longer term and it's a bit more expensive. So next slide, please. And as we look at the different pathways, for example, on management, a key aspect of management is managing of forestry. And so we've been working on improved forestry management methodology. Next, please, next slide. So that we go away from the current models that we have to identify what are the opportunities here in the sector to, particularly with a view of improving the carbon accounting aspects. So currently we set baselines based on a series of assumptions. This new model is much more dynamic, and it actually measures the actual tree growth. We don't have the time to discuss all the details, but the key here to understand is that we now have much better methodologies that enable us to do a better carbon accounting in management of forestry. Next. And then the other question is, okay, restoration is interesting, it has a huge potential. The most interesting potential of restorations is actually on secondary growth areas where natural regeneration is already happening. But then we asked ourselves, but what are the best places for these to take place? And again, this map shows us where carbon accumulates faster in the world. And again, you see it's a lot of it is in South America, Central Africa, and Southeastern Asia. But that gives you a pretty good sense, for investment. And as we discussed here about Article 6, those things are really key to say, well, where do we build efficiency in a system of natural forest regrowth? Next, please. And then the last tool that I'd like to share is that we have supported now 5 countries to do their assessments for the NBS, how to integrate these NBS into their own NDCs. And then with that experience of 5 years and 5 countries, that includes the US, Canada, China, Indonesia, and Colombia, we have developed this handbook, which actually is also a system of decision making and what are the key steps that a country that would like to enhance its NBS on NDCs can do. So I'll stop there, and let's go now to the exciting Colombia case. And I'd like to ask you, Alex, to speak to us about what you went through, what Colombia went through.
So thank you very much, Leonardo, for this opportunity to talk to the audience today. My name is Alex Ayer, Director for Climate Change and Risk Management in the Ministry of Environment in Colombia. I want to give first like a context of what's happening in Colombia and what's the context of emissions, carbon emissions in Colombia. So 55% of emissions in Colombia come from deforestation and affolio, no? So 33% comes from deforestation, and 22% come from land use and land and agricultural activities in Colombia. So there is a focus on our NDCs, which we submitted on December of last year, where we committed to a 51% reduction on emissions on a 2030 basis. It's a strong emphasis on how we protect our nature and how we protect our ecosystems, and in that way, how can we reduce the emissions, carbon emissions, using this kind of solutions. So one of the principles, of the main ones, is how can we avoid deforestation in our country. First is to recognize that deforestation in Colombia is not, the cause of deforestation in Colombia is not to expand the agricultural activity in our country. Deforestation is most linked to illegal activities in Colombia, like land ownership in Colombia. Many resources that comes from illegal activities are put into deforestation in order to keep land as an asset, no? So one of our main focus on our NDC is how can we avoid deforestation through 2 different pathways. The first one is to enhance security in this area in order to cut all these illegal activities that are happening into the country. So that's why we launched CONALDEF. CONALDEF is like a big round table where the presidency, the judges, the local authorities, and other national authorities works in a collaborative way in order to prevent deforestation. And the other one is local development. How can we give local communities some options on some development options in order them to get incomes from the forest and in order to give them productive opportunities to try to not being part of the deforestation scheme that is being developed by these illegal activities. Last year, we issued the environmental crime law. It's one of the first environmental crime law globally, where we put deforestation as one of the as an environmental crime which was not being done before. And that is giving us tools to prosecute all these illegal activities that are happening with deforestation. But then these nature-based solutions and natural climate solutions come into place as a complement and as a way to reinforce the security pathway that we are being implemented in Colombia to reduce deforestation. And that's, we have a program called Visión Amazonía, with, that is a pay-by results program supported by the German government, Norwegian government, and the UK government, where we are implementing this kind of nature-based solutions in order to protect the Amazon in our country. Then we also launched as another program 180 million trees, and we are working not only focusing on planted trees, but that is tied with a goal of restoration of 300,000 hectares in Colombia by 2022. So, but we needed like a easy number because like the citizen doesn't know what is a hectare or doesn't know what is to restore a hectare in Colombia. So we needed a simple language in order them to understand what the government is doing and in order them to be part also, the different parts of the society, in order them to be part also in this program. So we are working in this 180 million program. We already accomplished 80 million trees in only 3 years. So that program is a really good one since we are getting into a program not only the national government, but also the local government, the local authorities, and also the schools, because we are trying to give the opportunity to know and to get involved in all these processes we have around the restoration in Colombia. Also, we have a very interesting program. It's the first blue carbon program in the world. Is being happening in Colombia, in Bahía de Cispatá. We are working with 8 local communities in order to keep the mangrove, which captures like the mangrove ecosystems, captures 10 times the carbon that the natural forests do. So there is a really good opportunity to have local development with communities which are working to protect these areas. And this is a great example also of NCS activities. Also in Colombia, we have what is called páramos. Maybe not many people know what is a páramo. It's a high mountain ecosystem. 70% of the water that comes to our cities, goes to our cities, comes from páramos. It's a unique ecosystem from Latin America, and Colombia has approximately 52% of all páramos globally. So these are extremely important ecosystem, and we are working with some cooperation in order not only to protect the páramos, but to measure the capacity of páramos to storage carbon, which is a methodology that we are developing with the collaboration of some cooperation. So in our NDCs, we recognize that these climate solutions, natural climate solutions, are really important to reach our goal of 51% by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2050. In fact, we want to reduce to zero deforestation in 2030. This year, from January to June, we reduced deforestation by 34% compared to the last year, given all these measures and activities that we are doing in Colombia. And another that is quite important, and I'm going to invite all the people that is here. We are how do you say that? We are developing a program which is called 1 million corals. So we are creating nurseries to grow 1 million corals in Colombia. So in our pavilion, you can see there are some Googles that you can see like in a 360 degrees view how corals are being grown in our ecosystem. And that's one really interesting solution, because you need a lot of involvement of the community doing all this nurturing and all this coral growth. That is one of the main advantages of this kind of solutions. There are not great solutions. There are no technological solutions that many of them come imported, but this kind of solution needs of the local communities, need of the involvement, not in the short term, but in the long term of the local communities, and that could help us in the reactivation, in employment, in social development in our country. So there are many examples that we are doing right now, and there are some of them that you can find in our NDCs as well as in our long-term strategy of Colombia.
Thank you, Dr. Alex. Any questions? Yes, please.
Firstly, thank you so much for just really extraordinary contribution to your NDC. I wondered how you ensure the permanence of your tree planting schemes, given they're coming under the NDC.
So the permanence of the tree planting program, yeah. So what we found when we launched this program is that there was no tree available, there was no capacity to grow them, there was no land to grow them. So we started working on the conditions that will make this program success. We were facing too many struggles in order to put this program in place. So right now we are working in all those conditions. So for example, in trees availability, we have been working with local governments, with environmental deteriorates of the local governments, in order them to teach them how to grow like the small trees, yeah, like the growth. Also to create the infrastructure that they need. So we, in the Ministry of Environment, we secure some funds in order to do some MOUs with the local governments to give them not only the funds but also the knowledge so they can put that in place. In Colombia, we have really good research institutions that are tied to the Ministry of Environment, the Humboldt Research Institute, the CINCHI, which is the Amazonian Research Institute, the IIAP, which is the Pacific Research Institute. So they have the knowledge and the capacity, but they don't have it in a scale. So we put them to work with the local authorities to give them the knowledge and the capacity, and the local governments have the scale to build it up. The second one is working with the companies. They have compensation plans. When they do their infrastructure, their infrastructure projects, they have to do compensation. But that compensation was not like guide before. So we found with this program like a pathway them to do all the compensations in a orderly manner. So companies are not only having the commitment of planting the tree, but maintaining the tree at least for 3 years. So that's why that's how we are assuring that the mortality rate reduces a lot. And the other way is to work. We have an authority called SAE, which manage all the assets that are being kept, or I don't know how to, kept from illegal activities. So these assets, lands, we are doing also MOUs with them, convenios, I don't know how to say convenios, with them in order to get land to grow the trees, and do like also association with the local governments to manage of this land. So we are trying to, just to wrap it up, we are trying not only to grow the trees, but at least secure the maintenance for at least 3 years, which give us like a big opportunity to assure the development of these ones. In fact, we have an ArcGIS website where you can find where the trees are being planted, which departments of Colombia, who is planting these trees. There are geo-reference of all the plantings that we are doing. So you can, next government, when next government came, they can follow up on this program.
Well, thank you. And I was thinking about asking you now, Diego, one thing. Colombia has made an incredible and bold move from increasing from 20 to 51% its mitigation wishes by 2030. And that's probably one of the biggest moves I've seen from any other country. And I understand that NBS ideas were critical for that. So from the perspective of an NGO, and then I'll ask you again, because I'd like to hear both opinions, what made that magic? What happened there?
Thank you, Leonardo. I wanted to start saying that at the beginning of this conversation, Alex told me, this is a beautiful pavilion. And I thought, yes, well, there are some tables there. It's nice. But then I thought, it is beautiful because it has trees and some plants, and this is the power of nature. This is what nature does. Gives us tranquility, gives us a beautiful landscape, and at the same time, nature gives us solutions, natural climate solutions, nature-based solutions. So Alex said that in Colombia, most of emissions comes from these sectors: deforestation, degradation, conventional production, etc. These emissions came from that, but at the same time, nature, avoiding deforestation, restoring natural ecosystems, can provide most of the mitigation that the country requires to achieve 2030 goals and even 2050 goals, of course. So what we need to do, what Colombia needs to do, is to work together with nature, takes this advantage, this cost-effective initiative, this cost-effective technology, which is photosynthesis and etc., and work and provide, for example, some alternatives by generating some alternatives, business alternatives around restoration or deforestation, etc., in order to promote and to promote natural climate solutions and nature-based solutions, and to keep an opportunity for local communities and for business companies to invest in these alternatives. There are in Colombia some instruments that allow to invest and to continue supporting these initiatives. Colombia has a carbon tax. Colombia also has some alternatives, for example, payments for results like RED plus payment for environmental services, etc. So it is important to continue strengthening and supporting this initiative. Science supports the amount of mitigation that this initiative can provide. Science also supports the amount of co-benefits that these initiatives can provide. In TNC, we produce this research in which we know how much mitigation, for example, avoiding deforestation or restoration can provide to mitigate climate change, but also to improve biodiversity, or to improve water supply, or even to improve governance. We have this information. We can work together based on this information to prioritize areas where to go to establish some projects or some initiatives around natural climate solutions that at the same time are cost effective and can provide these solutions that we require, and at the same time be an alternative for local communities, for companies, etc.
Thank you. And you might want to answer the same question.
So, referring to the bold move, our NDCs are not only a number. 51%. Many people could think that it's really high, and it's only a number. But when you read our indices, you can find that there are 196 actions that supports that 51%. In fact, we have accounted for 37% of that 51%, and we are doing our research that we call it the gap research, in order to know how we are going to fill the other 14% that we have left. So 196 actions that has responsible indicators, conditions that are to be met in order to comply with that actions. So they are very structured. And of those of that 196 actions, 30 of them are adaptation actions. And that's our first adaptation communication to the UNFCCC here. So it's a really strong NDC that we have put in place, but that is a result of work of at least 2 years identifying these kind of actions that are not only being right or done by the Minister of Environment, those have been worked with all the sectors. That's I think is the most important issue of our NDCs. In fact, we have one of those actions is the Nama Ganadería for cattle ranching. We are in this Nama Ganadería. We want to implement silvopasture systems in Colombia, which I have to recognize we are kind of way of what is going internationally, but we have like a really good goal around that to implement at least 5 to 8 million hectares to 2050 on silvopastures. We have pilot programs in Colombia that supports that kind of solutions, and the main association, cattle ranching association in Colombia, is supporting that, which is really important. The only thing that or the barrier that we have is a long-term strategy. Like establishing silvopasture, you need a lot of money, and you see the results at least in 10 to 15 years to increase the productivity that we need and to capture like the carbon. So, but we are in that way, and we are working towards them.
Can I
Super, please.
Yeah. Thank you. There are some information or some projects developed in Colombia. One of them is the Sustainable Cattle Ranching Project, which has been implemented for the last 10 years, something like that. And results are really good, not only in productivity. There are some evidence demonstrating that silvopastoral systems can improve productivity in terms of milk and beef, etc. But also, there are some results about the mitigation potential that cattle ranching, that sustainable cattle ranching can provide to mitigate climate change, and also to provide some biodiversity. And the amount of carbon that the cattle ranching NAMA has in the NDC is huge. It's about 11 million tons, exactly. Yeah. So, if the country can implement this kind of activities, this kind of sustainable cattle ranching, the country not only can provide a better context for cattle ranchers, but also can contribute to mitigate climate change and to achieve the NDC goal that the country has.
Excellent. And any questions from the audience? Because I do have a question for you. When we've seen changes in government, and how to ensure that, in spite of changes in government, policies and ideas actually stick. What was the? You were both experienced. I will ask you first, Diego, and then you, Alex.
Well, the first thing we have to do, I think, is continually being communicating with the government from the results we produce every day. For example, Alex also mentioned these very strategic ecosystems and unique ecosystems called páramos and mangroves. In TNC, well, we started working on three natural climate solutions: avoiding deforestation, forest degradation, forest restoration, and silvopastoral systems. Now we are working on páramos. We are developing some NCS pathways in order to produce information that can demonstrate with very accurate values the mitigation potential that this ecosystem have. So what we have to do from the NGOs, from the civil society, is working very close with the government of Colombia in providing this support, saying this is the science supporting our findings. And of course, trying to be quite connected despite of changes, etc. But yeah, I think this is the...
That's a great solution, a question, sorry. That's a great question, mostly because of our, on our Latin American context, which governments change a lot, no? And change in ideas as well. So one thing that President Duque has done is put environment into the top agenda. And he has been one of these presidents that have linked, in fact, and wanted to link all the focus of the climate change COP with the biodiversity COP. So how we link those two ones. But at the local level, we have our NDCs. But our question was, okay, how can we assure that our NDCs are being complied in the future? So that's why we draft a bill called Climate Action Bill that has all the goals of our NDCs. So you look at the bill that we put it into Congress 2 weeks ago, and all the bill has our NDCs goals. And we managed to bring most of the ministries, the Ministry of Transport, Agriculture, and also to have some allies at the Congress in order to present the bill. We had the first debate of the bill, and we were afraid that the lobby started to cut down the goals. But what we found, because we did previous work with the companies and the associations and the productive sector, is that they wanted to be up. In fact, that we wanted to restore, I'm gonna say a random number, 10,000 hectares, and they wanted to be 50,000 hectares, no? So I think that's a really good exercise to have our NDCs put it into law, because next government has to comply with. And that's the way we are trying to assure that next governments follow up what is stated in our NDCs right now.
And this aspect of policy is a great link to what comes next. First, I would really like to thank our panelists for what they said today. We saw here two very clear examples of two countries that are massively important for climate globally, that have adopted very clear increases in their NDCs because of the application of NBS. So in this domain of policy, then we need to understand, well, what are we learning about it? What are the current policies that are already designed? What are the ones being designed? And for that, I'd like to invite James to launch a new tracker, an NBS tracker. And I'd like to ask for a round of applause to our very distinguished guests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leonardo. Fun? Okay, yeah. Whew. Get that breath in there. Ooh. Don't worry, I'm not checking my text messages. I've just managed to write my notes on my phone, so I'm not being rude to you and multitasking here. Thank you very much for the last panel, and I think actually what's great about this pavilion is the diversity of some of the messages you're going to hear. But the one thing that, just before I start, is just to all take a moment in this room and just take a breath and just centralize ourselves of where we are. Just feel that power of nature. Just take a deep breath. We're here, and be active listening. So I'm really interested in using this session not just to present to you, but actually to hear some questions about where we should be going next and what we should be doing as Nature for Climate. So my name's James Lloyd. I'm the director, the lead of the Nature for Climate as a coalition, which is a coalition of 19 international organizations. It's a big acronym soup, so I'm not even going to go in through all the acronyms, especially in case I miss one out, which happens to be sitting here. That would be very embarrassing. But it's a number of UN agencies, as well as international NGOs and IUCN, which has its own class of organization. What's great about Nature for Climate, we were set up on a very clear mission. Our mission is to deliver as close to the connective tissue that allows us to deliver by 2030 the ambition scale of the Griscom 2017 Natural Climate Solutions paper, which talks about, if we're being kind of safe, about 10 gigatons on the ground from nature-based solutions or natural climate solutions through those 20 different pathways that you saw earlier. And very much when Nature for Climate was set up, we did some analysis that went along with that paper that showed that although it could be a third of the climate solution, the near-time climate solution, at that point it was less than 1% of the conversation, and it was less than 3% of financing, of mitigation financing. So we kind of realized actually, although the science is really clear, there's a big area around both strategic communications, strategic advocacy, and then ultimately policy environment to enable that scale to work. And when we say nature, just putting this really clearly, we mean all of us as well. We are all part of nature. This is our ecosystems. We live in them. So one really important part where we look at this is the first part is protect. So that is about protecting those intact ecosystems, that irreplaceable carbon that once it's gone, we will not be able to replace. And that's a lot of the conversations focused on. And actually what Leonardo showed you earlier was a really important paper that's about to be launched. And I think it's actually not a difficult one to read as far as academic papers. Really worth reading it because it sets out a hierarchy here. So protect is critical. We protect those ecosystems and those communities that live within those ecosystems that are essential to the 40% of biodiversity that some of the indigenous communities are guardians of and manage. And that's a really critical part of the conversation. But I'll take that as read. The second part here is the piece that actually as we go through our analysis, this becomes quite interesting, is the manage part. So that's our everyday places, our landscapes, our cities, our agricultural lands, our working lands, and the normal everyday processes of how we manage those places for carbon, but also for people and for biodiversity and for the multiple benefits that they achieve, the natural capital flows that sits within them. And then finally, the restore part, which is critical. And there's some fantastic announcements coming over the next few days on the restore part, especially from that really fantastic leadership that's going on in Africa. We don't often hear about the kind of African leadership on climate change. We hear a lot about, from South American colleagues, about the protection that's going on, but actually some of the restoration work that's coming through is fantastic. So that's an exciting kind of lead of what's coming up. But the managed bit, I'll go back to that. So the one area, what we wanted to do, was taking the kind of Griscom, the science that everyone's seen, and then looking at the kind of case studies that we know is happening on the ground. So this isn't a debate about definitions. This isn't a debate about whether we like the word nature-based solutions or natural climate solutions. It's a debate about what's actually happening. And it is happening in different levels. And it's about driving quality at scale and speeding that up. Because we've got till 2030. We need to do this the first time, and we need to do it right the first time. We haven't got a chance to go back and do this twice. So that does mean about delivering the human rights and the co-benefits as we do that. So that's an incredible important part of our policy analysis. But we got the NDCs to varying levels, and some NDCs are fantastic. They can all probably go further. I'm not going to let anyone off the hook here. Everyone can do better. We can all do better. But every country can deliver them. This isn't just about a north-south argument. This is every country in the world can deliver nature-based solutions. All countries, all habitats, all ecosystems. So that's the first thing when we look at the science there. The NDCs, so there's gaps in the NDCs, which we know we can do better. But that's just the start of the story. Once you've got an NDC, we need to now look at the policy environment. And the policy environment is the facilitative environment that enables nature-based solutions to happen. This isn't just nature-based solutions for climate change or natural climate solutions. We're looking at nature-based solutions as a whole, because ultimately we know that by 2030, if we move to a nature-positive environment, a kind of economy, that there's tremendous benefits for jobs, for people, for biodiversity, for human rights, for indigenous. We can meet our SDGs, and we can meet our CBD, our Convention on Biodiversity commitments, with the same solutions if we do them well. And that's an incredible prize. And interestingly, when you talk to my friends in politics, get it more sometimes than NGOs, because NGOs often have our very narrow areas of research, our swim lanes that we all work in. And actually politicians get this. They get the value of doing this well. So what needs to happen? So we said, look at this. How can we look at this in a different way? So Nature for Climate, being fans of nature tech, which you'll find out more about over the next few days. And there's some great nature tech leaders in the room here, I can see. Cat at the back, can you wave? Nature metrics there. What we wanted to do was use a very unbiased, objective look at as many countries as possible about what the policy environment was. So it's not just by us based on our own, where we've kind of spent years in a rainforest, we know this country well. This was using AI. So it's a great pleasure today that I'm going to, in a minute, introduce to you Louisa, who's done the research behind this. And it's a whole new approach of using machine learning and AI to look at policy. It's not perfect, and I'm going to be very honest to anyone, but this is a continual 3-year program of improvement. So by the stock take, we can get to a much better real-time monitoring of policies around the world as they develop. But the aim of this is knowledge sharing. It's not to point fingers at people, and it's not to point out who's good and who's bad. It's to say, this is what's happening. We can learn from this. We can share. We can connect you with different governments. So that's the critical. It's about a nurturing, listening environment. It's not one for us to go, hey, they're better than them. That's not. What we also can't do is tell you which policies work and which don't yet. We're just looking at where those policies are as the first time. So just going to put in the context, which is important in all these conversations. To help this process, I'm going to introduce to you next, which is Patricia. And Patricia is the newest member of our team at Nature for Climate, but we've been coming in for a few weeks, has been lent to bring in, and we've had a piece of work going on for the last 2 years of crowdsourcing with lots of researchers across universities across the world, looking at case studies and starting to look at where is it happening, where are nature-based solutions delivering, and what's significant about them and how they're working. So it's building on the shoulders of a great team of volunteers that couldn't be here. But I just want to recognise all the volunteers, researchers, and some people have basically just said, this is going to be my dissertation now. I love this. I'm going to take the crowdsourced research and turn it into my dissertation on nature-based solutions, which is great, because they're going to be the next generation of leaders, these student researchers. So that's the context behind it. Now I'm going to hand over to people much cleverer than me. Louisa, who is can explain to you how algorithms and everything work. Louisa's from Metabolic, who has done, how do I explain it? Amazing job on this. When I probably phoned you up and said, help, Louisa, how can we do this? We've been told you're good at this. I'm going to let you introduce yourself in the background. And then after that, Patricia's going to talk through some of the case studies. And these are 2 new tools that are being launched today. But ultimately, we're going to launch an even better tool, hopefully probably at Stockholm, plus 50, which is going to bring all of this together in one place. So you can get a green thread from the science, through the NDCs, through to the policies, through to the case studies. So if you're a journalist, you can write a story just by looking at this. You can plagiarize it, I don't care. Just write the stories. If you're a financer, you can do some of your pre-scoping on it. So you can look at where's the environment, what's the kind of opportunities for investment. And if you're a country going to embark on this, you can go, who's already done this? Let's find those practical people that have written policy, designed it, and we can help put you in contact. So it's a tool to help our performance, but the aim of doing better is the aim of this. So before any more, this is Louisa. Thanks. Oh, you got a copy.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here for the launch of the Nature-Based Solutions Policy Tracker. Yep, great. So at Metabolic with Nature for Climate, and also our research partners, our AI research partners at Arboretica. We developed a nature-based solutions tracker. Really, this is the first proof of concept for creating a tracker using AI. What it does is fill a gap in the climate policy tracking arena. We have a lot of climate policy trackers out there, and none of them yet are focused on nature-based solutions. We know that nature-based solutions are such a big part of the NDCs, and we really want more visibility there. We developed this tracker first by developing. Will you go one more and then one back? Thank you. Oh, you went both. Yeah. First, by developing pretty clear science-based criteria, understanding what nature-based solutions need to be successful. Like James said, we're not looking at the outcomes of the policies, but rather looking at the science, seeing what science says about outcomes, and then seeing what's written in the policy itself. So we want to see funding in the nature-based solutions policies. We also want to see Indigenous people and local community knowledge incorporated into these policies, preventing fortress conservation. We also want prioritizing protection and sustaining natural ecosystems rather than really trying to rebuild. Also, we want inclusive policy that has many different stakeholders, levels of government, different community members involved in every level. We also want monitoring, reporting, and verification. Colombia was earlier talking about how monitoring is such a big part of their nature-based solutions policy, and that's great to hear, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. We also want these policies to be at a landscape level. So rather than looking at small parcels of land and small change, understanding like how a landscape operates, an entire wetland, a whole mangrove area, a forest, these types of things. So you can see underneath each of these criteria, we have some keywords, and this is what we used to search. So if you want to go back to that other slide, I can talk a little bit about the process of how we developed the tracker. So first, we collected many sources. We scanned probably over 1 million websites using an algorithm that had key criteria, key semantic search terms, and key policy search terms, act, legislation, subsidy, budget, these types of things. We then, from this collection of hundreds of thousands of sources, got more specific at what we were looking at. We further investigated those sources to make sure they were actually relevant to us. And from there, we qualified even further to make sure that there were actual policies. So we're looking at anything open source on the web. It could be direct, so an actual policy article. It could also be indirect, a report about a policy, highlighting a policy, for example. And then from there, we did a lot of manual validation. So we would manually validate, pick out randomly, manually validate, and then feed that information back into the system. And so the policy qualification and validation was really an iterative process. We did 3 or 4 rounds of manual validation, and the search got smarter each time. And I can now share a little bit about the outcomes, what we've come out with. We have over 220 policies that cover around 80 countries. So quite a range of policies, and all of these policies are collected since the Paris Agreement was signed at the end of 2015. We have over 25 different nature-based solutions categories represented in these policies. And some of the results that we found are really innovative templates for success. And Patricia will go into further some of the examples of the templates for success that we found, great case studies of policies that are implemented and really showing what that criteria looks like in action, which is really great to see. And 90% of these policies recognize the importance of that multi-stakeholder piece, knowing that if it's really one government agency or one group coming up with a policy, it's probably not going to be very successful without input from others and ownership. So that was probably the biggest insight we've had. 48%, almost half, include indigenous peoples and local communities. 44 focus on landscape level interventions, which is also nice to see. 67% have allocated budgets. We're really, really looking for policies that are funded. It's very important to see where the money is going, who is getting financed. That's really where action's happening. We want market mechanisms, finance. Investors need to know where to spend their money, what is effective. We also saw 62% had very clear monitoring, reporting, and verification plans, which is also super key to success for nature-based solutions policies. And I think now I will pass it over to Patricia for delving into some of the examples a little bit better.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. I think it's important for us since we understand we're all looking at NDCs and then we're looking at the policies that are happening nationally. So then what's actually happening on the ground, how that interacts. So we did an exercise which is creating this case study map for this COP. We've compiled around 60, I think it's 67 the current list now, but we're aiming for 100 by the end of this conference, and that work is gonna continue on. And these are examples of practices that do combine good practices that are happening on the ground, and at the same time, some lessons learned that have happened from, for example, longer projects and how they have evolved over the years. And they are also sorted according to the three criteria that we talked before. So protect, restore, and manage. And we have some big plans for this and trying to integrate everything. I'll talk a little bit further on. But what I did now, what we brought for today is just a quick exercise of how we can use those two tools and exactly what are the possibilities. So we're starting with Colombia. I think we've already seen from the previous panels how the enhanced NDC target, it's happening, and there's so many good projects happening there, and the policies also support those projects. So for one of the policies that did come out from the policy tracker was the Pacto por Colombia, which is the National Development Plan, and that has an allocated budget of 3 billion for sustainable development, and it has a very big focus on stopping deforestation. So we also have from a list of really good projects that are happening on the ground. One of those is the Planeta, which aims to protect 39,000 hectares of forest, and they do a direct link to premium price payments. So the local farmers, they have more profitability and more sustainability to have the palm growing instead of timber or rubber activities. So that's, for example, one of the links that you can think about when you understand the policy landscape at the national level, and then you also see what's happening on the ground. Another one is in Kenya, and it's a smart agriculture strategy. Has also a 50 billion budget to enable NBS through the integration of farmer livelihoods. And there's also a very clear mention of indigenous knowledge and how to use them to inform the policy and to inform the practice. And one of these examples is the livelihood mount, where they do use and they do use the knowledge, the local knowledge, and also try to cover and to scale this up to 300,000 family farms. And also 50% of those people that are receiving this training are women, which is also a really good measure. And the next one that we brought was Nepal, and it's an agroforestry policy that has a very innovative. They use geospatial assessment to understand where and which trees should be planted and how, and all of the assessments. So that's actually a very good. It's very good to be mentioned the way it is within the policy. And then we do have a few examples of that put in place, and a lot of conservation corridors, and also a very clear worry to preserve biodiversity and to protect the species. So this it's a little bit of an example of what you can do. I think one of the things that we did collect from this exercise is that this was a crowdsourced endeavor. We have received so many submissions, so many indications, which does show that there's so much action happening on the ground. There are so many stories that we need to tell and that we're not telling. A lot of times we're trying to prove the same point over and over, but there are so many points to prove. I think what we're trying to do here is just to provide with a set of tools where you can explore more and go beyond the superficial line of storytelling. Our project is to integrate some of the tools that Leonardo just mentioned. For example, the World Atlas, which assesses the mitigation. And then we're going to turn this into an NCS action mapper. And that is going to combine all of the relevant scientific and political data that we can regarding NBS and NCS for every country on Earth, and so that we can really boost more action and more investments and better policies for nature-based solutions. So it's going to compile the policy, so from the tracker, the case studies that we've been compiling, so all the map, the mitigation potential, and also the NDCs, and hopefully in one big interactive tool that's going to be available for everyone. And the idea is to launch that by the stock take. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you very much. Thanks, Louisa. We're just going to, before we do the next step, we want to go and ask some questions from the audience. So is this mic working as well? Turn it on. Oh, that's simple. There we go. Simple. Technical-based solution. Any questions for any of the panel members or other people? There's probably people who might have perspectives in the audience as well. I hope. Yes, here we go. Can I pass that back? Thank you. If you can say your name and where you're from as well is useful, just to give context to questions.
Thanks. I'm Jess Ayres. I'm from the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. Oh. This is very cool.
Hi, Jess.
I know you said you weren't looking at outcomes, but I'm interested in whether you have in your database the KPIs of all of those policies, which presumably have them, because I think it would be really, really useful to have that database of, the outcomes and objectives intended in those policies, so that we could start to track and collate and aggregate and work out how they interact with the NDCs. So.
Thanks, Jess. I mean, Louisa, do you want to say what data we've got? Because it's for sharing, and I'm sure with Jess, with your help, we can build on it and deliver some of that. But do you want to say what data sets we've got?
In the database itself, we have the link to the policy or the source that the policy came from. So hopefully people can follow that. But with the automated web scraping, it is easier to figure out exactly what we want to pull from that data and then compile. So that's a great idea. Thank you.
So just to add to that, our idea was that this is a 3-year project up to the stock take. So we want to define it, and actually, because ultimately you in the audience here are probably the users of it, it'd be really helpful to understand how we can define it and make it a tool of the commons. All this data is open. There's nothing we're protecting on it. We do want it to be used. So if there's ways we can tweak that to make that more effective, if there's data sources that we can pull in, then ultimately that's what we're trying to do. And we've got friends in the coalition, WWF's about to launch a much deeper analysis of some of the nature and MDCs. I'm just plugging for later on this week. But we want to pull down some of the partners' data, so there's ultimately a place where it's an index. It's not trying to claim it, it's just trying to help make it easier to navigate. And then if you want much more academic level case studies, the Nature-Based Solutions Initiative based out of Oxford has got some of the best peer-reviewed and academic, but often the academic even the grey literature is later than some of the stuff we're getting out from other sources. So it's a kind of ecosystem of knowledge, but ultimately sharing it. And just to point on that, what's really exciting here, a lot of this is Southern-led. These policies and ways of doing stuff. And I think there's a lot more we can do to take this Southern knowledge and take it Northern, because actually some of the countries that are lacking on this, certainly around manage, is some of what we traditionally see as funder countries, but actually they can deliver nature-based solutions as well. So there's something, I think, in this south to north knowledge transfer around nature-based solutions that we should embrace more and help, because I think that's a really important part of the climate debate that we don't talk about often. So, yeah.
Thanks so much, James. Thanks for the plug for a report we'll be launching on Friday, looking at NBS within all NDCs filed to date to see how much is actually in there. A really good initiative. I think it's going to be super useful over the next 2 and 3 years, hopefully over the next decade or two as well. 2 questions methodologically, which are going to be a challenge. Sorry, Louise, I'll put you on the spot. But one is, we've done web scraping before for other initiatives. When you run into, how do you deal with different languages so that we can be sure we're covering a lot of the world and keywords tend to be different? I think is one challenge. The second one is, how do we deal with very low quality NBS that we perhaps don't want to celebrate or we do want to point out versus high quality NBS? Thank you.
Great question, thank you. We have maybe faced that dilemma together, the English language. And one way of doing that, which is what we did in this, so we only searched in English for this, which leaves out a lot of important information, but a lot of policy and then journalism around policy is in English, so we did find quite a broad range of countries covered by this. But I think there needs to be more work, and so in this short proof of concept, we were able to scrape in English, and then we hope to develop out further in other languages. And so what it looks like is identifying characteristics of policy that the machine can read. So for example, we have identified that bullet points or certain keywords identify policy markers for us now. And so really doing the research to understand what that looks like in other languages to be more inclusive. And your second question is about how do we highlight the best templates for success rather than every policy out there that mentions nature-based solutions. And I think that's a really good point, especially because we're not measuring outcomes. We're just measuring good policy, and luckily there is a lot of science on what good nature-based solutions look like. So understanding what that looks like when written is also fairly easy. And so how we've approached it in this project is having our 6 criteria, which we also do hope to expand, and identifying which policies meet which of these criteria. So rather than saying what is a good policy or a bad policy, more objectively saying they are meeting or not meeting that criteria based on our research. So that's the approach for now.
I'm going to take one last question. This lady's got a hand up there straight away, and then we'll have to close after that.
Thank you. It should just be a quick one. Hi, I'm Ethne from the Institution of Environmental Sciences, and I just had a question about the granularity in terms of the policies and case studies that you're looking at, because obviously local government are often at the forefront of actually implementing nature-based solutions. So is it just national policy and national case studies, or do you go more in depth into local policies as well?
That's a good question. We definitely targeted national policies with this research, but if we found great, more local ones, we kept it in there because there's no reason to exclude it. Yeah.
And then on the case studies, I can answer that. We were specific, every case study should be place-based. What we wanted to avoid where we've been at summits before, there's a lot of pledges out there, but we wanted to understand what place-based, nature-based solutions, and then what we can learn from that. Now, over time, our aim is to carry on the crowdsourced way and working with, certainly if there's any students out here, is working to understand and go deeper and deeper and understand what's significant. Because it's not actually what's necessarily good or bad about a policy, it's what's significant. What's the learning from that policy it tells us? So if we were to do it again, we could do it differently. So almost we want to know about things that have failed as much as things that have succeeded, and get away from this binary, is it good or bad? But actually, what can we learn from it? How can we improve? And I think that's ultimately the real question that we need researchers and work with universities to understand, is what is the learning points from everything. Even the good ones, we need to know what wouldn't we do differently, you know, and I think that way we can deliver towards this kind of the role of nature in policy. Yes, the granularity thing is on the action mapper. I don't know, we want to go more non-state actor level, regional, but it's getting the right GIS data to be able to start to say what are those landscape scale interactions that you want to do, which will take time, but we hope we can work with people. This is collaborative. We're not trying to own this, but we were reaching out to say, how do we make this more collaborative? So certainly up to the stock take, we can get 10 gigatons in NDCs that is done well with safeguards the right way, because we're not going to get another chance if we get to 2023, 2024. You know, that's, if we want to hit 2030, we need those pledges, policies, actions, funding now, and then drive it through. So this is about how we work as a community to be more analytical on this debate, rather than just being, I like MBS, I don't. You should call it this, you should call it that. If we have to go through any more of that, we're all going to fail. Ultimately, it's how we do this well is the test that we'll be judged upon. Thank you.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. Can you hear okay? A little bit higher, we're saying. Can you hear him back? Hear me hitting good? All right, all right. Welcome, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats. Folks in the back there, come on in. We got a few more seats, like here. There's a seat there. Come on in a little bit. Otherwise, stick around here. We're going to have a great event today. Welcome, everyone, to the launch at the Climate COP of the Land and Carbon Lab. I'm Craig Hansen. I'm a vice president at the World Resources Institute. I oversee work on food, forest, water, and the ocean. And I'm going to be your MC for the day. We have a great and fun-filled event today. We're going to basically launch the Land and Carbon Lab. Land and Carbon Lab brings together two communities. On the one hand, you have the scientists and the technologists who are at the frontier of monitoring and the data revolution. On the other hand, we have those decision makers who influence what happens to the world's land. Governments, companies, financiers, all the way to NGOs and civil society. And what the Land and Carbon Lab is going to do is bring them together by making possible the ability to monitor every single speck of land on this earth. What is it? Where is it? What's happening to it? And what is the associated carbon that goes along with that tract of land? Obviously, we're at a climate summit. You can automatically see the value of this type of information for so many things that are near and dear to our hearts. Now, we've got a great lineup. We have some people here who are our founding partners of Land and Carbon Lab. They're going to help us develop the technologies and the monitoring. They're at the frontier of the data revolution. You're going to hear from Matt Hansen from the University of Maryland. You're going to hear from Rebecca Moore from Google. You're going to hear from some colleagues from DBRI that have innovated a lot of new monitoring. At the same time, we're going to have some speakers, both live and pre-recorded videos, who are at the frontiers of land use decision making. We have AFR 100, one of the leading initiatives on restoring the great continent of Africa. We have folks from HSBC, one of the major banks, getting involved and talk about the importance of this information for climate markets. And finally, we're going to hear from the NDC partnership. Countries need this data to be able to set and ratchet up their ambitions on addressing emissions from land and increasing the sink that land ecosystems can actually provide. So we have a great lineup. Stick around. We'll have a chance for some questions afterward. After the session's over, we will have a chance for questions. You can come up and speak to any one of the panelists that you would like. So, without further ado, I'm going to turn things over to our opening speaker. And welcome to the front here, the new CEO and president of the World Resources Institute, Ani Dasgupta. Ani, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Just relax, take a deep breath. It's still the first day, so many days to come. So my name is Ani Dasgupta. I'm the CEO of WRI, new CEO of WRI. I couldn't be more excited, more proud that we're launching Land and Carbon Lab here, COP, but not just COP. In the beginning of this decade, which we all hope is going to be a decade of action. And this product, the amazing thing that you'll see and hear about, we hope is going to help us take action, deliberate action, monitor what we're doing. At WRI, core to what we do is innovation, bringing different kind of streams of ideas, thoughts, data together to take action. So for example, we have a Global Forest Watch to look at what's happening in forests, or Aqueduct, looks happening to water resources, or Research Watch, that Janet here put together, to look at cross-section environmental issue. But we know that what we have today is not enough. So what we want to produce here, share you today, is what is the next phase? What do we need to do more? Because how we do this is not just about data, and you'll hear from all the speakers. It's about how we help people take better action. That is what we are here about. And what we're launching today is not a database or a data set. It's an engine, I hope, to take evidence-based action across the world. And this action is what we all want here, and not just data. I want to make 3 quick points. One is, the innovation is really critical to the next stage. As Craig just said, land, monitoring land is critical. 25% of emission comes from land, yet 30% of solutions could come from the land. So how do we figure out this balance? How do we know what's happening to land and what's on land and what happened to the carbon stocks associated with it? This is why we need this innovation that is going to be presented today, to understand this balance and take the best advantage of what needs to be done. You know, last few years has been a lot of questioning of evidence, especially in the country I live in the United States. We actually think this is, I personally believe this is temporary, because ultimately evidence is evidence. And that is what we are about here, is to present the best possible evidence as clearly as possible, as usable as possible. But what we want to have also learned in WRI, that evidence itself is not enough. We need to figure out that it gets to the right people in the right form. So currently, there is strong movement going on from students, young people across the world for climate. We hope this evidence is going to power their movement to figure out how we get a better world for us, for them, and for our future. But also to decision makers across the world, people who lead countries and cities, how they make better decisions through this. And finally, investors who are getting very aware of what's happening to carbon. So we hope this Land and Carbon Lab can allow all these kind of different stakeholders, and we produce evidence in a way that is allowing them to make better decisions. That's our hope. The last thing I'm going to say is about us always. We've never tried to do in WRI anything on our own. We've always tried to build a big tent to bring all the cool things that's happening across the world in generating data, using data. You'll hear from two of our partners who have been our partners all the time, University of Maryland and Google, who have helped us produce not this cool thing, but things we have done before, and they've been founding partners with us. Not only that, people will use it. AFR 100 you'll hear from, or from HSBC. So we are trying to build this together, and I just want to say last thing to all of you, if you have braved everything to come here, including the thing that you have to stick up your nose every morning to be here, and you will have to do that for the next 14 days. So you're brave people, you've come here, and you're here, and if you want to do anything with us on Land and Carbon Lab, please get in touch with us. This is not something we want to do on our own. We want to do all of you, not only the data that is here, but how it's used and how we use that to change the world. So please reach out to us, and we hope to see all of you. Back to you, Craig.
Thank you, Ani. Thank you. Now, let us actually hear now the details about Land and Carbon Lab. And for that, I'm going to turn to a video here from the director of the Land and Carbon Lab, Crystal Davis. So here we go.
Thank you to everyone for joining us today. Before I officially introduce you to Land and Carbon Lab, I'd like to tell you a short story about how I came to be here today leading this new initiative. My journey began in 2014 when WRI, University of Maryland, Google, and other partners launched Global Forest Watch. For the first time ever, anyone could go online, zoom in literally anywhere in the world, and see a logging road cutting through a national park in Peru. Or in this case, a palm oil plantation devastating a forest in Indonesia. We believed that if people knew exactly when and where deforestation was happening, they would be more empowered to stop it. And I am really excited to say that finally, 7 years later, we have hard quantitative evidence that better monitoring does make a difference. In 2 separate journal articles published this year, researchers found that when people are empowered and incentivized to use cutting-edge monitoring tools like GFW, we see a measurable and statistically significant reduction in deforestation. So why then is the outlook for tropical forests still so bleak? We have more monitoring data and technology at our disposal than ever before, and more people are using it effectively. In my time leading Global Forest Watch, one thing has become increasingly clear to me. It is necessary, but not sufficient to know where deforestation is happening. We also need to understand the broader land use dynamics that drive deforestation, like the expansion of agriculture, mining, roads, and settlements. In short, we need to see the bigger picture. And that bigger picture shows us that the world is facing unprecedented competition over a finite amount of land on Earth, and that competition is only intensifying. The global population is expected to reach over 10 billion people by 2050, and that includes a growing middle class. Demand for land-intensive commodities are expected to rise accordingly. And even if we assume that agricultural yields continue to improve consistent with historical rates, and that alone is a pretty big assumption, we will still need to expand the global footprint of agriculture by an area twice the size of India by 2050. And since we don't exactly have lots of vacant, underutilized land just sitting around waiting to meet these needs, we can assume that this expansion will come at great cost to the world's remaining forests, savannas, wetlands, and other natural ecosystems. Yet we also know that if we want to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius, the IPCC has warned us that we cannot convert any more forests into agriculture. In fact, we need to go further than ending deforestation. We also need to restore another 600 million hectares of land back into forests to pull more CO2 out of the atmosphere. And we need to do all of this while also feeding and improving the lives of over 10 million people. So it is truly an overwhelming challenge, and it requires a massive shift from business as usual. And that is how my journey has taken me beyond the forest to leading the Land and Carbon Lab. This new initiative arises in response to this global land squeeze and out of a new belief. We believe that if we are going to have any chance of meeting the world's climate, biodiversity, equity, and development goals, we will need a more complete and a more detailed understanding of how we're using the world's finite land. So whether you are working on combating deforestation, like I was, landscape restoration, wetland conservation, or agriculture, we are all shareholders in the world's land. We need to step out of our silos and start working together. So as a first step to bringing us together, Land and Carbon Lab is convening leading scientists and technologists to build a comprehensive global land and carbon monitoring system. Within 2 years, we aim to be monitoring all forms of land cover and land cover change, plus associated terrestrial CO2 emissions and removals. And we aim to do this at a global scale, year on year, at 10-meter resolution. So as you can imagine, it's an incredibly ambitious goal. So fortunately, we have already gotten started. You're going to be seeing a sneak preview of several brand new data sets today from the amazing scientists who are behind them. Now, no one has actually monitored all the world's land at the 10-meter spatial resolution we are proposing. So I want to take a moment to quickly explain why resolution matters so much. Here we see a land cover map derived from a satellite image taken at 16-kilometer resolution. All we can really see is green, so we classify the area as forest. And based on what we know about the typical biomass of a forest, we can estimate carbon stocks at about 170 megatons. Now let's look at the same area, but using 1 kilometer satellite imagery, we can produce a much more detailed land cover map. So now we see it's not all forest after all. We see grasslands, we see croplands, built up areas, and these have lower carbon densities. So now we've revised our carbon estimate to 120 megatons. And now again, zooming in on the same area, but at 300-meter resolution, we can see even more detail. Our carbon estimate drops even further to 50 megatons. So what will we see at the 10-meter resolution Land and Carbon Lab is creating? How radically will this change our understanding of carbon stocks and flows across a landscape, let alone the entire world? And how will this new knowledge change our climate strategies going forward? I want to be very clear that we are definitely not starting from scratch, and we are not doing this alone. Our goal is to harness and amplify the amazing science and technology that's already out there, so we can figure out what gaps remain and help fill them, and also foster scientific collaborations that accelerate the pace of innovation across the board, because we really don't have any more time to lose. We are also not proposing to build a big new data platform. All the data generated by Land and Carbon Lab partners will be housed in the existing Resource Watch and Global Forest Watch platforms. And we will make all of that data freely accessible to any third-party website or app through our API. Because our vision is that these data will support a vast ecosystem of targeted tools and apps that have been created to serve specific users and their use cases. Because as we have learned, often the hard way, there is no such thing as a one-size-fits-all data tool. And also, even though there are more and more tools out there these days, it's important to remember the tool is only as good as the data and methods that go into it. So now in the final minutes of this presentation, I want to take a step back from talking about data and monitoring. And I want to be very clear. Data does not create impact, people do. So for every dollar Land and Carbon Lab invests in data and technology, we need to be investing $2 in empowering the people who are best positioned to use this knowledge to create real change. And in my experience, most decision makers don't want data. They just want simple answers to their most pressing questions. And every day we are hearing about new data and new tools being launched, and this is useful, this is important work. But I also think that this avalanche of data is often overwhelming rather than helping decision makers, or it's simply failing to reach those who need it most, like the indigenous peoples and local communities who collectively hold nearly 50% of the world's land. So Land and Carbon Lab aims to change this by doing the hard work of putting the right information in the right hands to create impact. So we are now forming collaborations with organizations that are pursuing shared objectives and that are connected at scale to the decision makers we aim to serve. We really want to hear firsthand from you. What are the problems that you face? What information could help you tackle those problems? And then we want to work with you to create and iterate practical monitoring solutions that really work for end users. So you will be hearing from some of these end users today that reflect some of our first collaborations. You will hear from the NDC partnership about how countries are requesting help on monitoring so that they can meet their land sector commitments under the Paris Agreement. You will hear from HSBC about how businesses who want to invest in nature-based solutions need credible independent data to help them invest with confidence and integrity. And you will hear from people working on the ground who need better information to guide their efforts to protect and restore local lands and to get due credit for doing so. So you've heard me make two separate calls for partnership today, and that is because our ambition will only be achieved through collaboration. Land and Carbon Lab aims to be a bridge between two communities that really need to be talking to each other more. On one side, we have brilliant scientists and technologists who are working at the frontiers of Earth monitoring and the data revolution. On the other side, we have decision makers who influence the front lines of land management, but who need better information to guide their decisions and actions. We are connecting the supply side and the demand side of land and carbon monitoring to create impact, and I'm inviting you to join us. And before I go, I'd like to quickly thank the Bezos Earth Fund for their generous grant that has made Land and Carbon Lab possible. So thank you, and I will turn it back over to you, Craig.
Great. Thank you. You can applaud even though she's not here. There we go. There we go. I'll tell her. She's watching. Just want to let you know, she's watching here. So we're going to change the order here slightly here because actually, building on what Crystal just said, as Crystal mentioned, for WRI, Land and Carbon Lab received a grant to WRI from the Bezos Earth Fund, and the president and CEO of the Bezos Earth Fund is here, Dr. Andrew Steer. You want to share a few thoughts and reflections about Land and Carbon Lab? Let's get up for Andrew.
Wow, this is so exciting. Look at you all. I mean, this is as good as it gets. I mean, the best data scientists, the best visualizers, the best biodiversity, carbon analysts. This brings real joy to my heart, Craig. I mean, when the Bezos Earth Fund last November, less than a year ago, made this grant, it built upon what you were all doing. I mean, I think it was a privilege for the Bezos Earth Fund to be able to do this, building upon the incredible work that people on the front row, back row, and we're going to hear from them in just a little while, have been doing. And over the next sort of, 45 minutes, we are about to hear a whole set of applications of this. And this is one of those things that you sort of keep unpeeling. It's like an onion. So you're the first time you think about this, you think, oh, that would be good for this. And then it'd be good for this as well. And it'd be really great for this. And I think that's what we're all going through right now. And you're sort of adding layers on top of it. And let me just say, on behalf of a sort of philanthropy, just one simple application for us. A month ago, we made a commitment to provide $1 billion for forest protection and conservation. How do we know that that's effective? Every single project that we do, we will require geographical coefficients, and we will ask the Land and Carbon Lab to monitor month after month after year and build up this incredible database so we will know whether we've been successful, and whether or not those grantees are accountable for doing really good work. And so too this afternoon, we were in a session chaired by President Macron and His Royal Highness Prince Charles. And we made a commitment there to restoration, which will also be equivalent, roughly. On restoration, we have never until now ever had the capacity to really know what's going on. And for the first time ever, we're about to see, I think is Chip going to show this? We're about to see how actually you can measure trees that aren't even in forests. And so we will be able to have, for the first time in history, we will be able to know whether the resources we and many, many others are putting into restoration work. We'll know what models work best. We'll know who does it best. It'll make things so much more accountable and measurable. And then obviously down the road, whatever you think of carbon markets, you could imagine there being all kinds of applications. We're heavily involved in this really great initiative called the LEAF Coalition, which the British government, which the Norwegian government, the US government, and about 20 major corporations, and then host forest countries are engaging in the voluntary carbon markets using very, very strict supply side, the so-called art trees. And we will, again, be able to use this to measure that. And you can imagine 5 years from now, we could have voluntary carbon markets that really work incredibly well. So look, you said thank you to me, I say thank you to you, so we're all in a good place. So let's keep on. Thank you. And by the way, I missed Annie's talk. Was that good? That's good. So Annie, we now have a president of WRI that is much better than the old president, which was me.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you very much. And thank you to the Bezos Youth Fund for supporting WRI in this endeavor here. All right, let's get on to the data. You all came here for data, right? Not just for people talking, right? So, first up, we're going to dive in. You heard Crystal talk about how she got her start, and WRI kind of got its start working with the University of Maryland, working with Google on basically monitoring trees in the forest. Well, some of our colleagues have been doing a little bit of work and trying to figure out how do you actually monitor trees outside of the forest as well. And to share that with you is my colleague Chip Barber, who's the Senior Biodiversity Advisor at WRI. Chip, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I was going to say Crystal's a hard act to follow, but I didn't know you were going to be in there as well, Andrew. So 2 hard acts to follow. I've got my clicker here. So I should say at first, a lot of this based on the work of John Brandt at WRI, who did a lot of the technical work. I was trained in like law and philosophy and things. I am not a data guy, but I am definitely recognize how important this is. What we're going to talk about is trees outside of forests. You've heard about Global Forest Watch and what it's been able to do, but up until now, everything else was kind of not forest. It was just out there, and we're beginning to look at what's out there, and we're finding some really, really interesting things for forests, for climate, for biodiversity, and for sustainable development. Let's see. Click this ahead. Sorry about the technology here. So, oh, I'm going the other way. Whoa. There we go. Okay, so this is a landscape in Niger, and this is basically a community forestry project. This stuff doesn't show up at all in our current imagery, even though it is being actively raised and stewarded and managed by the local community and is really important for them. This is in Colombia. These trees are too young to show up, but they're obviously very important for all these different goals. This is in Kenya. This is a very interesting one. There's a lot going on in this landscape. If you take a look, there's agriculture, there's lots of trees, there's people. This doesn't show up as forest either, but there's a heck of a lot of trees there, and they're extremely important. Why is all this important? There we go. A heck of a lot of reasons. A lot of you already know, I think. A billion people get their main energy source from fuel wood. And a lot of that comes, most of it, from trees in the landscapes, not in the middle of dense forests. About 30% of the income in rural Africa, it's estimated, comes from something related to trees. 40% of the biomass of forests in the dry countries is actually in trees that lie outside of forests. And most of the restoration opportunities that we hear about in the pledges that we're hearing about, Andrew just mentioned, are on these mosaic landscapes that include forests and non-forest areas. If you look at some of the key initiatives out there, we'll be hearing a lot about Africa 100 and the 20 by 20 initiative in Latin America, you know, the Bond Challenge. This is the kind of information, as has already been mentioned, that is going to allow us to see if we're actually on track to actually meet some of these goals and make wise investments and correct them when they're not. So here's 30-meter landscape data. This is why we couldn't see what was going on outside of trees. This is from the Landsat satellite. But when we get down to the new Sentinel data that goes back to basically 2017, we begin to be able to see some of these trees on the landscape, which are outside of what come as you know, as forests. This requires a lot of application of artificial intelligence because we're talking about 30 trillion pixels that have been analyzed for this data set. And we're talking about an area 1.4 billion hectares in Africa and Latin America so far. We'll be expanding to Asia soon. It's at the resolution of 10 by 10 meters. And so this is really taking us to a whole different place in terms of figuring out what's going on the landscape outside. So let's get to the interesting pictures. You're here for the data, and this is some sense of what's going to be happening here. Let's zoom in on a dry forest area here and just get a little sense of things that we could never see before that now we're going to be able to see. And you get a sense of what that's like there, eh? And we're able to map this in, you know, pretty amazing way. Just drop down here. Okay, that's just unbelievable if you were used to the way things used to be. Move on to the next one. So you take a landscape like this, and you're actually able to map these single trees. It's pretty incredible, and we're just starting to be able to use this and expand it across the whole world. This one I think is particularly interesting. That's Mexico City. Turns out that Mexico City has tree cover that would classify it as a forest under the FAO guidelines. You know, that's the city of Mexico, and that's how much there is there. So, you know, cities and forests are very important, but we didn't really know exactly how much, and we're beginning to be able to see that. It's really pretty fantastic. That, you know, many of you probably been to Mexico City and other similar cities. It's just pretty amazing. So here we're going to take a look at some really dry areas, and you're going to see some of the same things. You can zoom in there. And it's important to emphasize this was just never available before, and we couldn't have done this 10 years ago to be able to do this. And it's just, you know, huge biomass, important for biodiversity and connectivity, restoration. We're just pretty excited about this, as you can probably tell. Here we are in Central America. That should give you the same sense. I'm going into Guatemala here. You know, again, it's not this rough forest, non-forest. You're beginning to see the complexity and the importance of the mosaic landscapes. And as with our forest data over the last 6 or 7 years, we know this is going to be even better and easier to use in a few years' time. So it's pretty amazing. I used to be in the U.S. government, and I remember 2007, 2008, to look at anything remotely like this, we had to go into a special room and wear tinfoil hats, and they would print them out, and then it would be destroyed in a shredder right afterwards because this was considered military-grade intelligence. And now we all have it for ourselves, so it's pretty amazing. So to wrap up, what do we plan for the future? That's the coverage that we have right now. It's from 2017. By the end of 2022, I think we'll have Asia, and we'll be finished in tropical Asia, and we'll have updates, I believe, on all of the regions that are already done. So along with expanding things, we're obviously engaging with ARFR 100. You'll be hearing about that, and 2020 and other regional initiatives. And an important thing is to separate out basically what types of trees outside of forests are we seeing? Are they plantations or are they other kinds of things? And that's what I've got. I hope I made it in my 7 minutes. Thank you very much, Craig.
Thank you, Chip. So this is pretty exciting stuff. The ability to actually see trees growing outside of forests, 10-meter resolution, right? As you saw, even in the dry landscapes, you can actually start seeing individual trees coming back. It's really important for a lot of the world's major restoration initiatives going on. And we're pleased today to actually have the leader of one of those from the great continent of Africa, AFR 100, which is seeking to restore more than 100 million hectares of degraded land in Africa, especially with trees. So I'm pleased to bring up to the stage to share a few reflections on how important, how this data can be used to advance AFR 100. Mamadou Jakite, who basically runs AFR 100. Let's give a big round of applause for him.
Thank you very much. The last sentence of the last speaker was engaging with AFR 100. This is really why we are here. And I can tell you that since July 2015, which was the last World Forest Congress, Durban, South Africa, we are with WRI. And from that Congress, we agreed with other partners to go and seek a mandate from the African Union heads of states. So I represent the African Union Development Agency based in Johannesburg, South Africa. And since October 2015, we have a very precise mandate to design, develop, and implement the African Forest Landscape Restoration Initiative, the AFR 100. And you see where we are now in terms of commitments. We have 4 pillars in this partnership. 31 countries have joined because of political will and determination of African countries to restore their land. It is estimated that we have 700 million hectares of degraded land in Africa. This initiative is representing only 100 billion hectares. Political determination. Second pillar, resource mobilization, financing, especially bringing investment. So we are well beyond aid now in Africa. We want that, and you will hear it tomorrow in our event on financing. We want that investors come and invest. We try to create the framework and the safety of investment in Africa to bring investment, not aid only. So this is the second pillar. The third pillar of AFR 100 is knowledge generation, knowledge packaging and sharing, which lead us to the monitoring. We have a monitoring working group that is really high professional people, expert on monitoring in different aspects, on GIS, remote sensing, and other economists, agriculture experts. And we just launched the framework for monitoring AFR 100 in Africa. That's why the timing, when WRI invited us to join Land and Carbon, the timing is perfect because we are looking for resources on monitoring. And I, as a manager of AFR 100 Secretariat, I decided to have one specific stream of mobilizing resources for monitoring. So that's why a few weeks ago when WRI contacted me saying, do you want to join the lab? And the timing was perfect. So let us help us to get this information, this monitoring with all the Earth observing technologies to be made available to African and to get as close as to the smallholder farmers who will be able, with all the tools we know now, a mobile phone, to contribute to monitoring the restoration or degradation of our lands, our water systems in Africa. And I think one of the benefits we are seeing is to show with evidence to smallholder farmers, to conservationists, to biodiversity experts, climate change, working on carbon, that they are not enemies. We can grow trees in the field and produce crop for food security at the same time. So let's work in the framework that we are designing as the mandated organization, so that we have evidence and we become the authoritative voice in terms of monitoring land restoration in Africa. Thank you very much.
Mamadou. Thank you, Mamadou. So you've heard a lot now about trees, but the world's land is more than just trees and forests, right? It's grasslands, it's wetlands, it's croplands. And all those ecosystems are important for climate to varying degrees, to biodiversity, and also to human well-being. But never before have we been able to, in a systematic way, monitor all the world's lands, until now. And so today I'm pretty excited to bring up to the stage here a man who needs no introduction, Matt Hansen, University of Maryland, to showcase a groundbreaking approach and monitoring system for monitoring all forms of land cover and land use change. So Matt, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Craig. Very excited to be part of this new initiative. Thank you all for coming. Let's make sure I can go the right direction. So our work is to build out a more comprehensive scheme on monitoring land cover and land use at the global scale in a similar vein to Global Forest Watch, but obviously when you add other themes, you can start thinking about what the drivers are of change, what the outcomes of change are, and how different land uses impact land covers and the downstream modeling of carbon and biodiversity, habitat, and the like. So it's a bit, it's more of a big picture endeavor. Our goal is to do 30-meter historical time series of land cover and land use change up to around 2020. Our forward processing will add Sentinel-2 to go down to 10 meters. I want to just mention that all of these data are based on globally acquired imagery produced by space agencies like NASA, USGS, and ESA. You can't do global monitoring without the public good infrastructure from the space agencies. Commercial data is fine, but we can't really afford to monitor systematically globally unless we have freely available data. And everybody can look at those data. And tools like Google Earth Engine that Rebecca run, everybody can process at scale with those data. And the more eyes we have in the problem, the quicker we are to solve problems. So we love this public kind of provisioning. I'd like to emphasize that. Here's our preliminary legend. Don't try to understand it necessarily. It's a lot of stuff. It'll only get richer. For example, we're monitoring global permanent croplands, and we're gonna break those down into key commodity crops like soybean, sugarcane, maize, and the like. But we are mapping fractional vegetation cover, tree height, so biophysical parameters around land cover, surface water dynamics, snow and ice, and land uses initially being cropland and built up. So built up being settlements, commercial residential areas, and infrastructure. Our initial prototype that I'm showing today is a bitemporal example from 2000 to 2020, kind of a net picture of dynamics. And I'll just go around and show you some examples. Zoom in first to the middle of South America along the arc of deforestation. And we can take a look at, and I'll help you with the legend, but the dark green is the forest of the Amazon Basin, 2000 to 2020, and you can see the clearing of forest. You can see the increase of croplands. Croplands tripled in extent over the last 35 years as South America became this engine of commodity crop production, soybean, sugarcane, and the like. And what's interesting is when you start putting different themes together to look at the transitions between land cover and land use, soybean is not a proximate driver of deforestation. 5% of the soybean we estimate in terms of its expansion from 2000, since 2000, was within 3 years of the deforestation event. Soybean backfills pasture lands, and pasture land is a land use that is on the frontier of clearing. So if I go to the next slide, the red are clearings related to pasture, and so that's the frontier kind of opening up of the forest, and soybean backfills. If you're going to try and do interdiction or come up with policies, you got to think more holistically, not target just one land cover, one land use. And that's part of the idea of our land and carbon lab work. Now, when we go to zoom in, I'll just show you an example. This is pasture land in this kind of olive tone, and then you see the croplands come in 20 years later in terms of this net dynamic as an example. Okay, so commodities, who's the big commodity consumer globally in the last 40 years? It's China. China is rapidly, has developed its economic engine. We can zoom into the North China plain and look at the breadbasket of China, and the soybean from South America, a lot of it goes to feed animals in places that are rapidly developing and diets changing, having more meat in their diets because of the livelihoods associated with manufacturing, particularly in China. And if you look at this toggling back and forth, losing cropland to urbanization. So reorganizing the population of China with rapid urbanization. So we have the Beijing national capital economic region here and its growth over time to reflect, again, the increasing standards of living in a rapidly industrializing China, making the kind of hardware that we have in our pockets right now for example, cell phones. So you start with soybean, feed pigs, diets increasing because of better livelihoods to produce products that we have. So in this kind of sequence, we can see the effects of commodity chains. Going to Central and East Africa, in a recent study by my co-director, Peter Potapov, in our GLAD lab, we've tracked as part of this effort cropland expansion. And Africa, in area, has more cropland expansion in the last 20 years than South America. And that's demographically driven. That is not big commodity crops. Five out of the top 10 most populous countries by 2100 per United Nations projections are going to be in Africa. Nigeria is going to pass the United States. And even Tanzania will be a top 10 country. So we zoom into Western Tanzania, we see Miombo woodlands in the green being converted to cropland. So this is obviously a different kind of dynamic, and it requires a different kind of interdiction and plan to redirect and focus on not sacrificing human development and economic development, but also not trying to not lose all of the natural capital. One thing I want to mention here is this is a big wetland complex. So we map wetlands as well, and wetlands are a particular land form that limit the possibility of development unless you have the resources to do it, unless you have the mechanized capability and the commodity payoff that'll make that happen. So I'm going to look at insular Southeast Asia, and you can see this is just the change. I'm going to highlight the change here. So all these red tones are largely tree cover dynamics and forest loss, and I'll zoom into Real province, and you'll see the blue tones are wetlands. And this is the 20-year dynamic in this coastal wetland. Peatlands are these oblong, kind of elliptical shapes here, and that's the change around them. So what's the point? The point is that, we go for the easy land, the drainable, terra firma, low slope land, and if we're making money, we go down slope into the wetlands, we drain them. When we look at global wetland extent in relation to land use, it's an inverse relationship. Places that are built out don't have wetlands because they've been drained. So the last place I'm going to go to is where I'm from, which is Indiana in the U.S. And when we look at wetlands in the eastern U.S., they don't exist hardly. They've all been converted to croplands. Indiana's in the center of this subset here. And before the European settlers came, this area was 90% hardwood forest. So if you want deforestation-free commodities, it's not the corn and soybean from Indiana. And you'll also notice there's not many wetlands here. And all you see in the land use here is really built up, economic development, population growth, suburban sprawl. That's really it. Everything else is pretty much static, locked in. We cleared our forests, we drained our wetlands. We turned the croplands into the more optimal places like the Corn Belt of the U.S. And that was our pathway to development, eventually industrialization, manufacturing, and later service industries. And I think the big question is, as we go through monitoring this, we want to tell countries in the global south to sacrifice that pathway that we used. This is going to have to require a fair deal and really a compensation that warrants that sacrifice. So I think that's really what jumps out. Look at all these wetlands here in South America. So that's, I think, going to be a key thing moving forward. We look forward to the prospect of working on this, and we hope it just doesn't end with a really precise record of the loss of nature, but helps to inform decisions so that we can balance economic development and environmental sustainability. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt. Wow, that was pretty impressive. I mean, again, this is new stuff, right? You haven't seen this before. This is 30-meter resolution, the entire planet, all forms of land use change. So you kind of saw it here. So you got a special deal here for seeing that. And one thing is important is if you think about countries, going back to Matt's closing statement here about development paths, I mean, countries are doing NDCs, right? And they're supposed to ratchet them up. They're supposed to announce their ratchets here, the ratcheting up of the NDCs here at the climate conference. We actually believe, and we know for a fact, you're going to hear about it in 1 second, that this type of monitoring that you've heard and you're going to hear more of today is really important to countries as they not only try to ratchet up their NDCs, but also plan their land use systems to hopefully reduce land-based emissions, hopefully increase the carbon sink that terrestrial ecosystems can provide. But they need this kind of monitoring data to be able to help them to do that. And so to hear from that, we're going to hear a video statement here from Pablo Vieira, who runs the NDC Partnership, the coalition that brings together countries on developing their NDCs. So here's Pablo.
The NDC Partnership brings together 115 countries, developed and developing, and over 80 international institutions to support countries develop and implement ambitious nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, that help deliver the Paris Agreement and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Governments identify their NDC implementation priorities and the type of support that is needed to translate them into actionable policies and programs. Based on these requests, the membership offers a tailored package of expertise, technical assistance, and funding. This collaborative response provides developing countries with efficient access to a wide range of resources to adapt to and mitigate climate change, and foster more equitable and sustainable development. The NDC Partnership is built on the premise of collective action. By acting together, we achieve more. From across our membership, more than 40 countries have already requested monitoring assistance in relation to their NDC targets regarding forests, agriculture, and other land uses. What they need is what the Land and Carbon Lab will be providing. Therefore, we are excited to be an official collaborator of the Land and Carbon Lab, which is developing monitoring solutions to help us aid countries in their NDC commitments and fulfillment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pablo. It's great that we're partnering with NDC Partners. It gives us a great inside track to countries and the work they're doing. So it's back to what Crystal was saying, bringing those at the frontier of the technology to those at the front line of decision making. That's what we're all about here. Now, to continue on this journey of improving monitoring of all forms of land use and land use change, it's going to be my pleasure to introduce a woman who needs no introduction, Rebecca Moore, who basically runs Google Earth and Google Earth Engine. Deborah has been a proud partner of Google, and we've been a partner of Google for almost a decade now, starting with Global Forest Watch, expanding to Resource Watch, and now to Land and Carbon Lab. So get ready for another show here, folks. Get off your phones, get ready to watch some really cool stuff. This is the cutting edge of what Google's up to basically help us monitor land much better. Rebecca, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Craig. It's always a little tricky when someone says, oh, this is the best movie you'll ever see, and then it's like, it's okay. Anyway, no, I'm really excited to be here to help kick off the inauguration of Land and Carbon Lab. This is a really big deal, bringing together the scientists, technologists, and putting it in the hands of countries, organizations that really need this information. So this is the tech nerd part of today. I'm going to talk about geospatial cloud computing and AI and the contributions that innovations in that space can make to land and carbon monitoring. Technology is just a piece of the solution. We need policy, we need financing, so many other things. But it's our belief that appropriate technology can scale science, can help generate near real-time, high-resolution insights that are action-ready for the decision makers and the practitioners on the ground, and really help us in this critical decade of action. So I'm going to just do a little bit of a quick foray through the past and the present, and then where we see the future going. So first of all, there's so much amazing data out there being collected by public and commercial satellites and all sorts of ground sensors. The problem is it's just an unbelievable amount of data, petabytes of Earth observation data that is just not manageable by normal human institutions. And that data has historically gone onto secure tapes in government vaults, but not been accessible for that type of timely insight generation that we all need. So literally at COP16, being back at COP takes me down memory lane. COP16 in Cancun, were any of you there? Yes, okay, the hardcore is where we launched Google Earth Engine, which was the first planetary scale cloud native geospatial analytics, environmental analytics platform, and put that into the hands of world-leading scientists and institutions. And the breakthrough was bringing that data off tape, thanks to enlightened public open data policies of USGS, NASA, and then later European Space Agency, European Commission, bring that data off those tapes online into the cloud, co-located with vast amounts of computing resources to be able to derive those insights. And I'm so thrilled to be here with Matt Hansen. He was the first scientist brave enough to kick the tires of this crazy new thing called Google Earth Engine almost a decade ago and say, let me take this for a drive and see if it can help generate what became the first Landsat-based 30-meter resolution forest cover and change map that had ever been produced. Many of you know this, but yeah, he's a hero of mine. And what was kind of groundbreaking about it was analyzing an unprecedented amount of Landsat data over more than a decade. It required 1 million hours of computation because he has some very deep methods. And, but because we ran this on 10,000 computers in parallel, we had the result of his science in 4 days, whereas on a single computer, it would have taken 15 years. So what that taught us was this isn't about being able to get an analysis that would take an hour, get that in a minute. It's about being able to ask and answer questions that had never been possible before. And as you've heard from Crystal and Craig and others, the fantastic thing was then the same platform that could scale Hansen's science could then enable WRI to build Global Forest Watch and have that be continually updating, weekly, producing those alerts, powered by Earth Engine, and that are really, it's exciting to see what Crystal announced about the drop in deforestation that has led to. So now kind of the present is this platform has now more than 50 petabytes of data. That's 50 billion megabytes of data that is updating actually every 15 minutes. We're bringing in new data from 700 different provided data sets. And it's because of this continuous updating in near real time, there are certain new applications that we're able to power. If you're looking here, you look at this here. This is from the NASA NOAA GOES satellite. You're seeing the imagery from a wildfire, but that satellite also collects what we call hot pixels, thermal radiation from each of those locations. And using Earth Engine, we're able to derive the near real-time perimeter of wildfires, which is, of course, quite important these days. And put that immediately into the hands of more than 1 billion people around the world who are using Google Search to search on Dixie Fire, for example, in California, and in Google Maps. That's actually a screenshot from my phone. I was evacuated by the CZU fire last summer. And having that type of near real-time, continually updating every 15 minutes wildfire boundary is quite helpful. Okay, so now let's take a step back to AI. Because AI, I think, is going to help drive the next generation of innovation in geospatial and remote sensing analytics. Back in 2012, Google was building what we called Google Brain at the time, which was our AI technology, and we were looking for a very large corpus of data to mine for unique insights. And so we took something like 10 million images from YouTube videos, and we pointed this brain at it to see what it could learn, what could it detect from YouTube videos. And the answer was lots and lots of cats. That was like the most popular feature, bar none, in YouTube videos. So this is kind of amusing, but really, what if we could apply that same type of technology to cats in the wild? And I want to go through this as an example of AI for conservation, and then we'll go to AI for land cover monitoring. But here, we're looking at camera trap images and being able to detect animals in those and identify them. This is quite important. There's millions and millions of camera trap images that have been collected by leading conservation NGOs that have never been analyzed because it's too difficult. So we worked with these NGOs to bring all of those images in, which they had labeled, and train a multi-species AI classifier. And here's kind of an animation that shows we take each of these images that is labeled, and we have millions of these. We use that to teach this model how to recognize individual species. And then, once it's trained, you can show the model a novel image it has never seen before, and in about 1/5 of a second, it can give you a prediction. It can give you its best guess as to what that is. Working with these NGOs, we launched Wildlife Insights earlier this year. Anyone can sign up and use it. This is kind of how it works. You upload an image, and as I said, in about 1/5 of a second, it will give you the so-called prediction of what you're seeing. In this case, I think the best guess was a margay. And this Wildlife Insights platform is being used in sites all over the world. Okay, so now let's come back to the matter at hand, which is land cover classification. Could we bring the same type of capabilities to that? Understanding these changes is critical, of course, for land and carbon management. So working now with WRI over the past couple of years, they developed a taxonomy of 9 classes, land cover classes, that are critical to understand, and especially changes in those areas. These are representative satellite images. And then we had experts and non-experts label, it's called dense labeling, the pixels in millions of Sentinel-2 10-meter images to then train an AI model on classifying land cover at 10-meter resolution automatically. And so here's now you can see an example, and by the way, this isn't formally launched yet, but coming soon, so stay tuned. Here we're looking at satellite imagery of New Zealand. This was the previous best land cover classification, 100-meter resolution Copernicus Global Land Service. And this is looking at the same area now with 10-meter resolution classification. You can see obviously much more detail. Here we're looking at Punta Arenas in Costa Rica. This was the 100-meter resolution land cover, and this is now the 10-meter resolution land cover produced by this model. You can see rivers, you can see urban areas that weren't in the other land cover. Another really important innovation in this new approach is because we can classify the Sentinel-2 images every day as they're coming into Earth Engine, we can do seasonal and even more frequent updated land cover maps. So it's not a 5-year-old map, it's not a 1-year-old map, it's a map from yesterday, okay? And here you can see there, the snowstorm that hit Boston in February. There we go, snow, okay. Here's an example of the Caldor fire. So you see the difference between August and September of this year. And here's an example of ash from a volcanic eruption in the Philippines. So again, having much more timely, high-resolution land cover information we think will be quite helpful. So just to close, let me get this going. You know, it sometimes seems like very doom and gloom, but I'm so inspired by the work that Costa Rica is doing. You can see here in this time lapse the before and after restoration on a massive scale that they've been able to accomplish. So we need more of that. All right, with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Rebecca. That's fantastic. So just in case you missed it, 10-meter resolution, near real time. You saw the snowstorm come in there in Boston, right? Whole planet, all forms of land cover, land use change. It's coming around the corner here, folks. So again, what Land and Carbon Lab is about trying to working with various partners to bring this data to the forefront and get it in the hands of those decision makers that need it. So exciting stuff. Excited to be working with Rebecca and with Google on this work. It's fantastic to have a partner who's really at the cutting edge of the technology revolution here. So imagine all this data you just saw, right? And being able to put carbon data and layer on top of that. Carbon in the vegetation, carbon in the ground below the vegetation, right? Imagine if we had the ability to do that, right? We are the Land and Carbon Lab. We're coming to that in a second here. If we had that, and we are here at a climate COP, think about the input and the power that can have for helping countries to meet their NDC targets, forming a trusted foundation for, say, carbon markets, or just better managing and understanding really the carbon cycle, which from the land side, we still don't have a full grasp on what's going on. Well, that's what we're going to talk about next in terms of the new data sets. But first, to give us an articulation of how important this is, we have a video statement here by Marine de Bazelare, who runs the natural capital effort. She's the group lead on natural capital at the massive bank of HSBC. So let's hear from Marine.
First of all, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my support to this initiative. Thanks, Laura and Rod, to allow me to do that, even broadcasted. What I wanted to say is to, first of all, remind that there's an urgent need to protect and restore natural capital because there's no pathway to net zero without addressing these issues. And nature-based solutions are key as they are designed to help both address climate and biodiversity crisis and contribute to sustainable development. Meanwhile, the fact is that only 2 to 3% of climate finance are dedicated to nature-based solutions. So how can we move this sector at scale? Well, to contribute to solving this issue, we have decided within HSBC to create a partnership with WRI and WWF. And that partnership is called the Climate Solutions Partnership. It's a 5-year philanthropic program. And one of its main focus is to identify and address the most significant barriers to scaling commercial investments in nature-based solutions. And we called it the NBS Accelerator, the Nature-Based Solutions Accelerator. Well, certainly the issue of having reliable, mainstreamable measurement and monitoring tools is key and one of our top priorities. So I'm thrilled to foresee the potential the data and innovations produced by the Land and Carbon Lab will bring to the sector. And I really look forward to see the outcome that is going to have on our ground projects we have selected to help them develop at scale. Trust in the fact that the projects are producing tangible improvements in nature and carbon is key for investors to allocate capital towards nature-based solutions. So together we are exploring options to build this trust. We hope for the Land and Carbon Lab to be instrumental on this journey. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Maureen. So trustworthy data, credible data being super important for nature-based solutions. So now to talk about the nature and nature-based solutions, it's my pleasure to bring up to the stage here Janet Ranganathan, Vice President WRI for Research, Data, and Innovation. Let's give it up for Janet.
All right, this is a climate COP. Let's talk about land and carbon. It's also Land and Carbon Lab. This is the last segment, so come in, there's still some seats. Come and grab one. Before I start though, I would like to acknowledge the masterminds behind this work. It's not me. I'd like to mention Nancy Harris and David Gibbs from the World Resources Institute, Alessandra Basili from the Woods Hole, and Martin from Wackenham University, and there's a whole lot more. This work stands on the shoulders of some giants, including you there, Matt. So, as you know, this is a climate conference. There is no scenario in which global warming can be kept below 2 degrees without significant scale up of carbon removal. And a large part of that is going to come from land-based carbon. We know it actually works. It's been working for millions of years. So we're going to be scaling up on that. So climate change is an existential issue. We need a world-class monitoring system to look at that carbon. And we're not there completely yet with the world-class monitoring, but we're taking a leap forward with this work. In the past, we've had to rely on some suboptimal methods. So one way you could actually calculate carbon stocks is send a crew out there to a local place and do some hard measurement, and then come back in 7 years and see what's changed. Now that might work at the project scale, but it's not going to work at the jurisdictional level, which is what we're talking about now, and it's certainly not going to work for the whole globe, so we need something different. The other way we could get the information was to rely on national statistics that are reported by countries, either to the FAO or the UNFCCC. Now, those measurements are reported infrequently for many countries. There's not a consistent methodology, and there's still not that resolution that you need at sub-national level to be able to use this information effectively. So, with the help of many pieces of work, as I said, this work is a puzzle that's been put together with the pieces provided by many. We've developed the first of its kind global map of carbon stocks in forests at high resolution, 30-meter resolution. This is a huge leap forward. Now, one thing about land-based carbon is you just can't think about the stocks. What Mother Atmosphere actually cares about is the emissions, whether it's an emission going into the atmosphere or a removal to be sequestered into the biological system here. So with fossil fuels, it's quite simple. You have a reserve, it's been there 15 million years, you take it out, you burn it, and you're going to have emissions to the atmosphere. With land-based carbon, it's a little bit more complicated. You've got trees, you've got above-ground biomass, but you've also got to look at some of the below-ground biomass too. And then to make matters even more difficult is you've got both emissions and removals. And on that left, you know, that happens fairly quickly, but this is happening over time. So I've shown you the stock map, but what's also important is maps of emissions from land-based carbon. So this is your satellite imagery here. You've seen some of that from my colleagues today. That's land clearing. And thanks to Matt's great work here, we've been able to map tree cover change at high resolution across the planet for the world's forests. That's those red discs there. This is in West Paraguay. Now, thanks to that carbon stocks map, which is carbon stored on land, we could actually convert that land change into emissions. This is what you see for West Paraguay. You can see the legend here. So the light purple is showing you the emissions resulting from that land clearing. Now, land clearing doesn't result in the same emissions everywhere. You know, it depends on the nature of the forest, the density of carbon, the tree type, the age, etc., etc. So what we just showed you was down here. If you go north to Brazil, you'll see the color of the emissions from land-based carbon is a lot darker. It's more there because the carbon is more dense there. So we can distinguish between that with this new approach. And if we went around halfway around the world here to Sumatra in Indonesia, again, you can see the purple there of land cover conversion or tree cover conversion. But you can also see that deep purple, and you probably guess what that is. That's the hotspot, the peatland that's being drained. So you can pick that up with these maps. Now, it isn't just land cover change that's contributing to land-based emissions. It's also harvesting of wood. I was actually out here last week. It's in the Pacific Northwest, and you can see the color of the emissions there from the clear cuts. We might as well just add fires there, because I could see fires and burned charcoal for as far as the eye could tell. We haven't had those now. But talking about fires, if we go here to southern Russia, you can see the emissions associated with fires there. So another important concept I wanted to get over here is with fires, you can lose that carbon that's taken many years, decades, and sometimes centuries. It goes up in smoke really quickly. Same with the harvesting and the land conversion, but the fire in particular, it goes fast. Whereas the removals, they happen on a much slower scale. That's an important concept to get over. So just going back to another satellite imagery here, this is actually Brazil. It doesn't look like much is happening here. You're having all that red cover there, clearing, so maybe you think it's not that exciting. But this is really important because there is something going on here. There's actually a lot of removals going on. You have a dense canopy, you have lots of removals going on here. And this is actually the Paracana Indigenous Reserve in Brazil. And all around it, you see forest clearing, you see emissions. So imagine if you were one of those Paracana tribes. You look out beyond the horizon of your land, and you will probably see smoke every day coming from somewhere. That tribe has actually done a very good job at defending its boundaries. It's an existential issue for that tribe. But actually, in defending those boundaries, they've created this carbon sink, which is actually a contribution to an existential problem for us all, climate change. And now, we have a way of measuring that. We don't just measure emissions, we can actually measure the removals. And if you went to Global Forest Watch, you could actually draw a boundary around that, and you could calculate what those removals are. You can calculate what the public benefit of that indigenous population is contributing to society as a whole. And it turns out that every year, that area of land, the Paracana Reserve, sequesters just over 700,000 tons of CO2. It removes those from the atmosphere, stores it in their forests. That's about equivalent to removing the emissions from about 150,000 cars. They do that for us every year, probably unpaid. Now, just like with emissions, not all land, results in the same removal. It depends on the nature of the system. Over here, the Sundarbans in Bangladesh, see very dark green there. One of the most productive systems on Earth from removing CO2 from the atmosphere. It also so happens that not only is that a climate mitigation system, it's also a climate resilience system. It's a speed bump. It protects all the people that live behind there from the increasing sea level rise there and cyclones in that area. If we went down here to the southeast United States, you can see a lot of carbon removals going on there in green. That's fast-growing plantations. Probably they're replanting there as timber is shipped off to the EU to be used as renewable energy. And then going back to the Pacific Northwest, after the clear-cut harvest, you do have regrowth. It's slow, but you can pick that up. So now we have this map of both stocks, emissions, and removals. So we can actually calculate what the net effect is for the whole planet. And we've done that. Between 2000 and 2020, forests removed twice as much CO2 as they emitted. It's good news for us, okay? And that's an interesting factoid, okay? But what we really need to know is what's happening at the subnational level. We need to start looking at specific areas, because this is actually going to help us to inform how we do these nature-based solutions, where we should prioritize these areas, and as Andrew said, to also be able to monitor and track progress. He wants to pay for performance. He wants to pay for results. So to conclude, what's unique and new here? So for the first time at high resolution, we've mapped stocks, emissions and removals for the whole of the world's forests, and that's 30% of the terrestrial ecosystem. But importantly, that 30% of which land occupied by forests is also the consequent of 90% of fluxes, so it's a big deal. We've got a lot there. We're not done though. We've still got some work to do. We'd like to expand this system to start looking at things like the trees outside of forests. You heard about those from Chip earlier. We want to improve the quality of this work. We want to look at, do more work on the uncertainty analysis around this. So we have some way to go. As I said, we're not doing this alone. We're building on the work of many of you, probably some of you in the room. So thank you for staying till the end. I'm going to hand back to Craig now.
Great, thank you, Janet. Well, there you have it, Land and Carbon Lab. So you've heard about the idea, you've heard from some of its co-inventors in terms of new data sets. There's more coming. You've heard from some of those on the front lines. NDC partnership, AFR 100. Thank you for coming, Mamadou. Right? It says the data alone isn't enough. Data into action needs those at the front lines, and that's what we're all about here. So, just in conclusion, I'd like to make one observation here that it's interesting. If you look at the world today, look at this conference, right? This big summit. The planetary need is there for this type of information. Climate, biodiversity, the land squeeze that we heard Crystal talk about, and indigenous peoples, right? And there's going to be a big announcement, I think, in the next couple of days on indigenous peoples, right? This type of information, right, is needed, right, for those planetary needs. But you've also heard that the supply of monitoring data is emerging. It's emerging fast. We thought we were all the cutting edge just 10 years ago with GFW. Now you're seeing it's trees outside of forests. It's all land cover, right? Faster, higher resolution, et cetera. So the monitoring supply is catching up. And finally, the demand by users is there. We've heard from governments. We've heard from civil society, NGOs, philanthropies, right? Andrew says he's going to use this for the foundation, right? Our job with Land and Carbon Lab is to bring these together. That planetary need, that monitoring supply, and that end user demand. And that's what we're all about here. So if you'd like to join us and be part of this, please let us know. Contact me or any one of my colleagues after this meeting, or contact Crystal. There's a contact address there. I want to thank all of you in the audience that came live. Those of you who live stream, thank you for sticking around and joining us in this event. And one thing we're going to hear from Glasgow is that we're running out of time, right? So we need to get on with the Land and Carbon Lab and the work here at pace. Faster, better, we need it, right? The planet needs that. So onward, my friends, thank you very much. If you have questions, the panelists will stay here afterwards. You can come up and ask questions with us. So thank you all. Thank you, tech guys. Really appreciate it. It was fantastic. Kudos. You don't get the applause you do deserve. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
One, two. Hi, good evening, everyone. So thanks so much for finding the time to come here this evening, first of all, and be part of this. What we're trying to have is a kind of intimate meeting of friends here. So it's great to see everyone through transport dilemmas and COVID vaccinations have actually finally got here to COP. So thanks very much, everyone, for persevering. The world has been against us, it sometimes feels, in more than one way. But so we try to bring everyone here to the Nature Pavilion so we can sit under trees. But before I start and even introduce myself and everyone else, I just wondered if everyone could just take a moment just to close their eyes, take a deep breath, and just be present. Put away all those challenges that we've had from getting here. Breathe in, and breathe out. Find yourself in this room. Good, you can open your eyes now. I'm not going to do a full meditation, that'd just be silly now, isn't it? But thank you. So, but on a serious point, my name's James Lloyd. I'm here from Nature for Climate, a coalition I lead. Too many acronyms to go through them now, but is a coalition of UN agencies, international NGOs that's come together because we believe that nature should be the heart of the climate change message, as well as everything else. What we wanted here in the Nature Zone was to create a space where we could have dialogue and conversation, because there's no one answer or one way of doing these challenges. But we all brought here together because we share a challenge and we share the ability to listen to each other and to have those conversations, tricky at sometimes, and plan that way forward, because we've got over the next 10 years to turn things around. We've got to deliver a nature-positive economy and half our emissions at the same time as meeting the Sustainable Development Goals. And that is a huge challenge, but there's ways of doing that. And that's why we're all here with the Nature Zone. So tonight, I'm really excited to be in person with so many people that I have got to know very well as friends over Zoom that are a lot taller than I thought they were. I'm amazed. It's incredible. And it's so fantastic to be here. I can't say how much I've been, but most of all, it's fantastic to be amongst friends. And that's what tonight's going to be about. And there's some friends here in the audience. I can't wait to introduce them later on. But first amongst equals here is Sandrine and Johan, who are fantastic friends, and actually got to meet with them before the lockdown and plot and plan 3 years ago.
Yes.
It was the planetary emergency plan when, we first set out. Oh, look, here we go, a plan. And today is about just a conversation about where we are, where we go next, between Sandrine and Johan. So I'm going to introduce them. We'll then come to you. It is not just about you sitting there watching. We're going to actually invite people in to have a conversation. So we will go to different people in the audience. We'll decide who. But we want it to be a dialogue. And then afterwards, we will just share a drink with each other, enjoy the trees, enjoy the space, enjoy each other's company. But thank you. I'm going to hand over to Sandrine and Johan.
Thank you. Thank you so much, James. And I don't know if you can hear me. I'm going to have to speak very loudly above all that other noise out there, because this is not going to be about noise. This is going to be about how we unpack the importance of the emergency, and that's why settling into where we are was so important. Because clearly, looking at all these different trees, trying to anchor ourselves and root ourselves, many of us understand the sense of emergency. As the president of the Club of Rome, I must say that 50 years of unpacking what the emergency actually means, and then being able now to realize that all of those tipping points that were predicted already 50 years ago under the original scenarios of the limits to growth modelers, some of them very young, working at MIT, working on these huge computers, trying to understand what actually it would mean if humanity could stop consuming and figure out a way to grow differently within, and by then they hadn't spoken about the incredible planetary boundaries in the way in which Johan had, but at least understand that we're living on a finite planet. So I'm carrying a huge responsibility, a responsibility that clearly all of us feel that we're carrying, hence why it's important to root ourselves when we start any discussion. And what we want to do with Johan today is to anchor some of our thinking and explain and work and exchange with you because what we want from COP is definitely 1.5, but what we already declared 3 years ago was that we needed to understand that the planetary emergency had to have with it an action plan that enabled us to emerge. And that in order to emerge, we needed to look very clearly at 3 key areas: the human dimension, the energy sector, and how we totally shift our energy system, and thirdly, very important, how do we shift our economies to not only be more circular, but also regenerative. But also, and this is where I want Johan to step in, the importance of the global commons, the importance of deeply understanding the science and matching the science with the actions. I just came out of a technology session, an innovation on technology. And I am flabbergasted, time and time again, that when having a discussion on technology, technology is always demonstrated as the only solution. And yet, what we know from our many discussions and the way in which we unpack the emergency, technology is only part of the solution. There is so much innovation that's needed across the system. There is so much that we need to do with regard to our governance. There is so much that we need to do with regard to the way in which people interact with nature and understand the importance of nature, but also the way in which they interact with the economy. So I'm going to pass it to Johan, because when we started this journey together 3 years ago, this was actually before Greta hit the streets, by the way. And we started talking about the emergency in August, well, much before then, but in August 2018, August 2018, we released the climate emergency plan at the European Parliament and already started to work on what did these actions mean. And then the incredible movement of young people joined in to voice the concern around the emergency. Johan.
Yeah, so, and that point, I mean, I'd like to, force you into a little bit of a storytelling here before we open the conversation, because we're talking September 2018. A few months before, we published what at least in my academic career is the most important paper I've ever been involved in, which is the hothouse Earth hypothesis, which is the first time we saw the scientific signs that we are pushing the global commons so close to tipping points that we cannot exclude that at 2 degrees Celsius warming, we could unleash an irreversible drift away from a state of the planet that could support humanity. And that was what was called the hothouse Earth hypothesis. And that is what took us to the partnership with the Club of Rome to define a planetary emergency. Now, how does a planetary emergency, how is it defined? Well, for 30 years, and you have the IPCC pavilion right here, we've been mapping out the scientific evidence of risk. And risk, as we all know, is equal to probability times impact. Well, the drama here is, as we all know, that risk analysis is very, very dramatic, because the probability has risen up to, double-digit numbers, multiplied by an impact that is catastrophic, totally unacceptable, that we would basically project to all future generations a planet that is less and less livable for us humans and for all other species on planet Earth. So risk has been rising decade after decade as science advances. But still, we have never talked of emergency. You don't see any scientists stepping forward and warning of an emergency, because that's just too dramatic. Come 2018, and we start getting all the evidence that we're running out of carbon budget. We are running out of space. We're running out of species. We're running out of the ability of the Earth system to remain stable. We're coming too close for comfort to tipping points. So how do we define emergency? Well, emergency is equal to risk multiplied by time. So if risk is probability times impact, emergency is risk times time. And for the first time in human history, we have evidence that we're running out of time, because we've entered a decade when we suddenly need to now transform and cut all emissions by half and bend all the global curves. So that is what led us to the conclusion that yes, we have now scientific evidence that we must warn humanity. We must step out and say, this is a planetary emergency point, because risks have risen to a point of unacceptable level because the impacts are so dramatic, the risk pattern, multiplied by the fact that time is now shrinking. So it wasn't an easy step. It was very uncomfortable, very difficult. In fact, I told Sandrine several times, this can only happen once. Science can only warn once of a planetary emergency.
Yeah.
Because either we act on the emergency and deviate away and learn so much that we never return there again, or we fail. And then there's not much more to talk about. So this is the point where we partner up and come to this point. And the purpose of this was never to scare. It was really about, just as Sandrine says, about being honest to the facts so that we can rise to an emergence plan. Now, what does all this mean? Well, it means that what we are doing here in Glasgow is not only about decarbonizing the energy system, it's also about becoming stewards of all the global commons that regulates the state of the planetary system and the climate system. And we today have the mapping of this. We know the roughly 20 large biophysical systems. You know them all. I mean, the Greenland ice sheet, the overturning of heat in the North Atlantic, the West Antarctic ice shelf, all the forest systems. It's not only the tropical rainforest, the temperate forest, the boreal forest, the wetland system, the permafrost. We have the mapping. That's so interesting. We know the global commons that regulates the state of the planet. So now is a question of really taking this emergency point towards an emergence and a transformation towards a safe, secure, and equitable future. And just to close this, to say that a month back, we published in the Proceeding of the National Academy of Sciences a reminder that if it hadn't been for the carbon sinks and the resilience in the living biosphere so far, we would already have lost 1.5 degrees Celsius. So the only reason why we still can talk of a safe landing zone is that nature has been such a tremendous friend and supporter of humanity so far. So now, in the next step, from now until 2050, we cannot just decarbonize the energy system, we have to really stay within a safe operating space of all the planetary boundaries, and nature is the defining parameter. So that's why this emergence is also about a systems transition. And the Club of Rome was there already in 1972, recognizing that this is a systems challenge. And there we are. Great to be here, and we'll solve this as good as we ever can.
Thanks, Jon. And maybe what I can add to that is that we are doing a bit of storytelling here, but I think storytelling is important for us to anchor what works and what doesn't work. 3 years ago, we started with a climate emergency plan, and we had two very important parts of our messaging. One is we wanted governments, local, regional, national, international, to declare an emergency. Declaration of an emergency was the first step to admit that, as Jon says, we have a problem. Now, how many, and having worked with industry, how many industries have their own emergency plans? And yet, we do not have large-scale emergency plans at the public policy level. If you go into a nuclear facility, they have an emergency plan. So our call was, we are now sitting in front of the greatest emergency that has ever hit, and yet no government has declared that we are in the midst of an emergency. Step number 2, once you've declared you're in an emergency, put in place a plan to get yourself out. Make sure that you build resilience. Ensure that you are taking care of your people, but in our case, absolutely planet and prosperity. Because when we declared the planetary emergency plan and we started with the climate emergency plan, and I'll get into why we shifted to the planetary emergency plan, the Gilets jaunes had hit the streets of France. And we knew, and in particular those of us who have been speaking about science and data points for many, many years, like Jon, like myself, to a variety of different types of audiences, we knew that it wasn't enough to talk about the science, that it wasn't enough to just declare an emergency, that we needed to understand the tensions between people and the social underlying issues and the transformation that we would actually need. So we could not just put in a plan that looks at shifting our energy system. We couldn't just put in a plan that talks about technology. We had to put in a plan that talks about people's needs and the stewards of the land. People as in the broadest definition, not just us in the West, but as many of my colleagues from the Club of Rome say, most of the world. Because those in the West are not most of the world. The indigenous peoples, those that actually are also the true stewards of the land. That is what our planetary emergency plan developed into in 2.0. Third key point, COVID, a pandemic. Knowing full well that we had to seize this moment where people, for the first time, understood their interdependency, where a virus all the way in China could hit anyone, and it didn't matter how many cars you had, how wealthy you were, apart from the fact that you could get access to a vaccine and potentially get a place in a hospital, it could still hit you. We needed to tap into that consciousness, that moment in time, which is now, to make people understand that their lives and livelihoods are totally interdependent, but also to make them all understand that actually we can transform. How many times have we been told, Johan, that transformation is not possible? It's too difficult, it's too expensive, we're never going to get the capital shifts, we don't have all the technology. And yet, in 2 years, we've been forced, for good or for bad, to transform. And there have been some very positive transformations that have come out of that. So this is a moment in time. Not only is it the decisive decade, but it is also the moment to tap into that subconsciousness, to bring in those data points, but also to bring in the psychology of understanding what we've just gone through. Because there will be many more pressure points, as was predicted in 1972 by Donella Meadows and the entire MIT team for the Club of Rome. We will not just have one crisis. We will have a series of crises. Do you want to say something else based on that?
Let's open. What's your thought there, James?
I like the other people's thoughts.
Yes.
Exactly.
And maybe can I just say that, and this is a very important point, we realized that by bringing a few organizations, and James, Nature for Climate was one of the first organizations, WWF, that actually gave some of the seed funding for us to do some of the work on the report. We knew that, as Johan said in the beginning, we could not do this alone. We grew the Planetary Emergency Plan into a partnership. And why is that partnership so important? Because, again, when we're talking about a planetary emergency, we're talking about systems change. When we're talking about systems change, we need multidisciplinary leaders from all different types of disciplines, of understandings of what it is that we are facing. And so we have now 350 plus organizations that are part of the Planetary Emergency Partnership. Many of you are here. This was about a celebration of the partnership and a better understanding of how we can continue to up the bar and kick some ass as we move forward. So we are going to have drinks afterwards, by the way. But in the meantime, let's have an exchange. Sure.
Please.
Yeah, thank you. Nigel Sizer, I lead a coalition of groups called Preventing Pandemics at the Source. And I'm a biologist, and I'm talking to public health people, and almost all the public health people we talk about are not interested in the nature piece of the story. They're interested in vaccines, vaccine production, PPE stockpiling, and putting together massive funds to do that type of public health, traditional public health sector strengthening. So we're not seeing what you were hoping to see. Are you seeing something else? Because that is such a powerful sector with 10 times far more resources than we have in the natural resources side. So what's your reflection on that? Are you seeing that as well? And why aren't we getting through to them?
Do you want to go first?
Well, let me just
Excellent
start by, because this is, of course, a good reminder that, I mean, I would argue that the most important message from science to humanity, apart from the Limits of Growth report, of course, is that we've entered the Anthropocene, that we're now in a whole new geological epoch where we are the dominating force of change on planet Earth. at that work, there's been an Anthropocene working group that has been working for 3 years in defining the geological epoch. I see Wendy Broadgate is here, who was formed before with the International Geosphere Biosphere Program. That was really the science behind this. The pandemic was predicted in that work. It was seen as one of the hockey sticks. I mean, if we look 40 years, we see the tremendous increase in zoonotic viral disease outbreaks because of our unsustainable exploitation of natural habitats in the biosphere. So, I mean, if you want to really avoid the next pandemic, you invest in building resilient natural habitats and protect intact ecosystems. So it's really frustrating that I would very much agree with you that, you know, that is such a strong argument for all investments in kind of serious stewardship of our remaining natural ecosystems. I mean, the IPBS is doing a tremendous job here. And the IPBS-IPCC interactions have been really rich here, and there's so much material out in supporting this scientifically. But of course, it has to be lifted also in these arenas and pushed very hard on the finance side.
So I think, and I also think the dimension of your question that is so important, and this is something that many of us who've been in this sphere for many years and trying to also cross-fertilize and optimize between different systems, is the fact that there are some areas that are not as sexy as others. That's why I spoke about technology first. And in particular, we've been talking about the energy sector and the transport sector. Of course, all of that needs to get done. But if we don't protect our global commons, in particular our forests, where we know that this is where the tension was, in particular with regard to COVID, then as Johan says, we are not going to be able to solve all of the problems and build the resilience we need to future pandemics. So how do we get the sexiness factor into nature? But not only the sexiness factor, for people to truly understand, and government officials, that actually we are nature. That if we don't protect our planet and really build up nature, that we will not survive. We can't have these continuous joy rides to the moon or to the stars. And that really is a problem. So putting the nature at the heart. Maybe one last point. We did an analysis recently on the European recovery plans. We were hopeful, right, James, with others, that we would actually see more investment in nature. Because everybody talks about nature-based solutions. It's the new big tag word. No, very small percentage of the recovery funds, even though it could have gone to nature, have gone into nature. And even worse, even those funds that have gone to climate were all earmarked already previously in terms of infrastructure, in particular energy, several years ago. So it's not even new innovative funding, which we would have needed.
The microphone, the speaker stick, to my very good friend at the front here, Marina, but I'll let you introduce and tell your story.
And we probably should be disinfecting, actually, the microphone. I don't know if there's someone that can, we don't know? Okay. That's okay. Listen, we've all taken our test, right? We're all okay, I hope. We don't have a mask on top of it.
Okay.
Please, Marina, go ahead.
Yeah, it feels really strange to be like,
come up here,
facing
Marina,
this way when everybody is here. That just doesn't feel right to me.
Come
so
up.
I'm gonna stand up, claim some space. Hope that's okay. Hi, my name is Marina. I'm the founder of a youth-led international organization called Youth for Nature. A lot of our key partners are here in the audience right now, so lots of you know what we do, but for those that don't, we're a truly international, global, horizontal, youth-led nonprofit organization that is working directly at the intersections of nature and climate. And we are doing this in a way that's focused on solutions and supporting young people who are leading on work right now, because many of us are, to do that work with greater impact and to scale up and to be supported in doing so. This is really, really important to us. And I thought that it might be interesting to sort of ground us in the strangeness and the complexities of this very moment and this very space that we're in right now. Youth for Nature was supposed to have an event right here in this space at 11 a.m. today. And we found out about a week ago that that event was going to be canceled because all the pavilions were being closed because of the World Leaders Summit. So Youth for Nature brought a delegation of 12 young people from 11 different countries, almost entirely from the global south. We've had to fight tooth and nail to get all of these young people here in this space, fighting all the regular barriers that young people have to fight to get here, plus barriers of vaccine apartheid, from COVID, of complexities with visas, of complexities with passports. We had to fight so hard to get here, and then even when we, the lucky ones, get to be in this space where decisions about our futures are being made largely without us, we still get sidelined so that we can listen to the leaders talk some more. This story has a happy ending. We were able to reschedule our event. We're still presenting here on November 6th, on Nature Day, November 6th now. At 3 p.m., you should all be here to watch that event. And that's the story of intergenerational collaboration, which I think is so critical when we're talking about how are we going to actually create solutions to face a planetary-wide emergency. But when we're talking about intergenerational collaboration, it's also important to remember that not all parties in that collective have the same access to resources, have the same access to funding, have the same access to spaces. And then even when some of us lucky, privileged young people do get to be here, we're still facing more barriers that older generations are not facing. It's not just enough to invite a young person to speak, although that is important and needed. But we also need access to the resources that we are being fundamentally, systemically denied. Young people are doing work anyway. Youth for Nature is doing work anyway. All the young people in our collective are doing incredible work on the ground for their communities. There's a couple of us in the audience right now. And I don't think I have time to tell all their stories, but that's okay because they're here to tell them themselves about how they're doing work in places, for example, like Burundi, to replant millions of trees and support young people in doing that. Or doing work in Syria, a place that is facing compounding crises of climate crisis and armed conflict, and supporting their communities to gain access to things like internet, which after the last year and a half, I think we can all understand and agree that that is a fundamental right to have access to technology like internet so that we can contribute and do our work. And he's here in the audience right now. So you should definitely go talk to Yazin about his work in Syria. But I guess something that I wanted to just make sure was said here is that if we're going to be facing planetary emergency, we cannot leave anybody behind. And that means that we need to support those of us who have less access to spaces, resources, funding, network, because of our age, because of the country that we were born in, because of the way that we look. These barriers are real, and we cannot solve any of these compounding crises if we are not fundamentally addressing them in spaces like this, but also on the ground at home. And that looks like trusting young people as knowledge holders with the expertise that we do have, that we understand like what our problems are, and supporting us so that we can represent ourselves in spaces like these and on the ground at home. And that looks like fundamentally redistributing wealth to support young people, both for our projects and for our labor, because we deserve to be supported for this work that we are doing, honestly, for all of us, and together and collectively.
Thank you, Marina.
I wanted to make sure that that was said.
Now, can you also say that actually you were invited to become a partner of the Planetary Emergency Partnership from the very beginning, so that we can actually say that we've tried to bring in young people?
That is not what I'm saying. Intergenerational collaboration is critical, but that means that we have to be redistributing resources and wealth so that young people can meaningfully participate in these spaces.
Yeah, and you know, the point here that I think you bring up so well is we also had the UN Food System Summit recently. And the tokenism of the youth within that particular context was appalling to see for ourselves. And we, in the end, several organizations had to support a youth day because just what you described right now, the youth had not been given a voice at the UN Food System Summit itself. And so we are cognizant of that fact, and the more we can help each other, because we need to collaborate and we need to figure out how we distribute those resources properly, the more effective we will all be.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Exactly.
Thank
Can
you
I
for that.
invite my new friend? Oh, no? Okay.
We'll dodge around. We've got all
Hello.
kinds of young person.
Thanks. Hi, my name is Jenny Miller. I'm the Executive Director of the Global Climate and Health Alliance. And I wanted to circle back to the comment made by the gentleman earlier And I think some of what may be happening is we're having conversations framed in slightly different ways and not quite joining them up, because one of the things that I get to represent while I'm here is a letter from the health community worldwide to heads of state and climate negotiators here at COP that was signed by organizations representing 46 million health professionals. So these are organizations in the health community that do get that climate change is a health issue, that it's a health issue that even in the midst of the pandemic, they need to, they're stepping out of worrying about that for a moment in order to take a position on climate change. What I do think this means, though, is we're not quite joining up all the conversations. So the movement around climate change by the health community has grown tremendously. Last year, the health community did write a letter about the pandemic recovery, the recovery investments, that got not quite as much sign-on, but quite a bit. But it's not fully folded into kind of the broader planetary health framing or the planetary emergency framing. So it's not that the health community at large doesn't recognize that people's health depends on their environment, the planet, the climate, the stability of all these things, the health of all these things. But it's where those conversations are being brought forward, how they're being framed. So I think there's a willingness and an appetite to engage. The health community is very, very concerned about climate change and presumably open to the broader understanding of these issues.
Thank you.
No, but I can just agree to that. I mean, as you know, in the scientific community, we've made tremendous progress over the last few years in integrating climate science with health practitioners and science, the whole planetary health agenda that you refer to yourself. I mean, we'll have sessions here with the Pathfinder Commission, with Andy Haynes and colleagues just tomorrow. We have the whole planetary health agenda. We have the Eat Lancet Commission that for the first time defines sustainable healthy diets, the planetary health diet. I think that my concern is that we're not getting that into beyond the health, climate, nature communities. I think we need to get it just bang out much, much broader, because I've always said that I think a mistake that we've done in the environmental science is that we haven't recognized that health is the vector, if I may use that term, the vector for action, because it hits human privately, personally, so hard. I mean, everyone wants to have a healthy life. So if taking care of the planet gives better outcomes for my life expectancy, I'm more likely to act than taking care of future generations, because that's so far down the line. I mean, that's of course a big error from our moral compass, but I think it's a reality. And this is something that luckily we're starting to mobilize in a much more effective way. But there's more to go.
And Andy Haynes is also a member of the Planetary Emergency Partnership, because just as you've said, and again, to Marina's point, we realize that a partnership truly has to be not about tokenism, but bringing in, I mean, if we're talking about systems change, we need all the different actors and disciplines within that system. And the way in which we can also optimize and see where there are those synergies and join the dots, both in terms of activism, but also in terms of finance and in terms of really shifting the bar in the direction that we need to go. Science, policy, taxation, et cetera, et cetera. So it is fundamental. Adelaide?
Can you hear me? Hi, everyone. My name is Adelaide. I'm a climate and human rights activist from Belgium. I wanted to ask you all, since we're all in the same boat here, and we had a meeting earlier with the Belgian delegation and youth delegations, and we are really starting to wonder, how can we make sure we hold accountable the leaders here present at this COP that are not telling the truth to citizens out there about the impact of their actions or inactions. And we should not let them go. And sometimes, like, the youth are trying to, some of them, go out in the streets and say, you have to tell us the truth. And we need them to communicate this. And I think the question is, how can we, all of us, hold them accountable, and that they cannot get out of this COP without citizens outside understanding the impact that this will have in their lives if too much inaction is taken, not taken.
Do you want to go first?
No, well, it's a great question, and I don't have at all the full answer, of course, but just to share with you that in order for the scientific community to at least contribute to this accountability for political leaders to really act in Glasgow, the Climate Crisis Advisor Group, so you could check that, the CCAG, led by Sir David King, the former science lead for the UK government, put out a report last week where we put the 5 criteria that Glasgow has to be measured against, and we will measure against that. We will check afterwards quantitatively whether world leaders are living up to the minimum requirement of Glasgow outcomes. And I won't list them because you know them, but at least it's an effort to have some transparent accountability. But it's such an important question.
And I think the corollary to that question is all the commitments that are being made by the non-state actors, whether it be the corporate commitments, the investment commitments from the finance community, and also from other organizations. And I think that one of the ways that we thought we could do that was by putting in place some of those websites that would actually track and trace, in particular through the UNFCCC process, which hasn't worked as well as we would have liked. And I think that it is clear that, first of all, it's very difficult to get our heads around what do these commitments truly mean in practice? Where are the metrics to demonstrate that actually they are moving forward? And that's why it's so important to have this level of transparency. And then how can we hold accountable not just the leaders themselves? Because if we start to measure the other commitments, we need those other commitments in real terms. We really do. So how do we ensure that we also truly get those commitments? And that's where your voice, the voice of the youth, has been so absolutely fundamental. You have made so many leaders feel responsible. Whether they translate that into action is another question. But I can tell you that they are shaking in their boots half the time when they know that the youth are going to either come in or going to do something that is going to really hold them on the fire. We need to continue to have not just your activism, but also our activism, the joint activism, the scientists, the economists, holding all governments accountable. Because it's not fair to just leave that to you.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, no, we can't hear you.
Hello, so
Hi.
I'm a classic Zoom case. Actually, I know Mr. Nigel Sizer and Jenny Miller, and you know my colleague, Ashley Emerson. So I'm from Health in Harmony, and I think you know all of us, but you don't know me. So that's why I said I'm a classic Zoom. So jokes apart, Health in Harmony, you know, we represent the 135,000 indigenous and local communities that we work with in Indonesia, Brazil, and Madagascar. So long back, before people were talking emergency, we created the planetary health model to put them in the driver's seat of change, because we've always believed that solutions are not siloed, they're interlinked, and these communities have been living for thousands of years in balance with the environment. And if we can just give them a platform, and if we can give them the finances, and if we can give them the agency, you know, change will happen, and it will happen really fast. But equally, we realized that in this decisive decade, none of us are going to achieve this by ourselves. So we need the partnerships, we need to scale, and we need to advocate. So that's all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And clearly, the communities are so absolutely necessary. As I said, the true stewards of the land, but also, and this comes back to the transformational aspect of COVID. What we noticed, who were on the front lines? It was those community leaders and community members who came together to either make sure that food was available or that services could be given to some of the most elderly. But we saw it, and Marina brought it up in terms of also those that were on the front lines in some of the conflict zones, conversations that I also had with young women in Yemen that were making sure that during the conflict times, they were really on the front lines supporting so many different communities. Our communities are full of incredibly brave people. They often also have solutions that are much more tangible for the bottom-up shift that we really need. So thank you for that. There's an, in the back?
It's me. Can you hear me? Hi.
Yeah.
Hi. My name's Sophie, and I work across a range of ocean issues. And I just wanted to go back to the point about holding countries accountable and the criteria that you mentioned coming out of the UNFCCC, and how important it is to take that criteria and then have that across others of these decision-making processes. So, for example, I've just spent the last 2 weeks being part of the CAMELA negotiations, which is around the protection of Antarctica. And it's pretty well recognized, with the Gulf Stream and the state that it's in, and Antarctica being most hard hit by climate change, that there is a state of emergency, and many countries recognize that and want to put in the right measures to protect. But then you have just 2 countries, such as China and Russia, who completely destabilize any kind of movement, basic movement forward. So it's just the challenge of how do you make these countries accountable for, this planetary emergency where you have so many that want to push the right decisions forward and you're held back by only 2, and we go yet another year without putting in the basic science-driven standards we need to, and how we move things quickly enough in this kind of need for there to be a consensus for us to move forward at the rate we need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, to begin with, just to confirm that, you're absolutely right. And it's just to, as a little bit of an update on the science here that you're referring to, we have a new ground zero understanding scientifically on planet Earth, and that is Greenland and the Arctic. Because of the accelerated melting up in Greenland and the Arctic, releasing so much cold fresh water, it's slowing down the whole overturning of heat in the North Atlantic, which is the reason why we get more warm water, surface water, stuck in the Southern Ocean, because it doesn't flow as rapidly up north, which is very likely the reason why West Antarctic ice shelf is melting in such an accelerated way. So when we're talking about Antarctica, it's not only Antarctica melting because of 1 degree Celsius warming because of our fossil fuel burning. It is very likely due to cascade impacts linked all the way up to the Arctic via the North Atlantic. So it's a connector and domino cascades. So this is just a proof that we have to become stewards of the entire planetary system, which means that we cannot have countries lagging behind, because we're all in it together in this point of transition. How to deal with that? Well, to begin with, of course, the biggest failure of the whole UNFCCC is the consensus-based decision-making. We have to have majority voting, and that has to be raised at the UN level. And of course, we don't have time to wait for that kind of process. It's been on the table for years. So I think that the only way that at least I personally can see, is that we continue working in alliances of transition. Alliances that can fast track the pathway towards the right outcomes. And the reason that that can work is, of course, that we all know that the narratives towards sustainable transition can give much better outcomes in terms of equity, prosperity, health, everything we've been discussing. So it's the winning narrative. But all this is a risky situation to be in, because, 30 years back, we could basically be a bit more tolerable to this. Now the tolerability levels have largely disappeared because we don't have any space left. Yeah. So I think you're raising the big question here. It comes back to accountability, actually.
And that's also why we need these reality checks, both the accountability, but also the fact that as there are these feedback loops, we need to understand those feedback loops. And that's coming back to the health point. That is one thing that both Jan, myself, and many of us realized, is that not only were people not understanding the different feedback loops across nature, oceans, land, air, etc., and obviously greenhouse gas emissions. But also, most people were not talking to each other about how they could optimize solutions for the variety of different feedback loops. And that's why this planetary emergency thinking is so important if we put together a systemic plan that starts to also talk about optimization. And optimization is also working with the activist community, because we all have roles to play. And the activist community also needs to better understand where, and that's the beauty of some of the conversations and the intergenerational conversation that we can have. What is the science telling us? But also, what are the human scientists telling us? Where are there all those incredible case studies at the community level, at different levels, that we could truly bring together? Deep demonstrations in urban environments that are shifting, actually, both mobility, the way buildings are designed, as well as energy systems. And we've got now donut economics. We also have the well-being economics, which are actually being studied here and implemented in Scotland, which look at social, economic, and environmental factors, and the key pillar is nature. And that is a totally different way of engaging with the economy, the finance system, and bringing consumers and citizens into that entire shift so that they really are empowered and feeling like they're part of the journey. That's exciting. So that's why we went from climate to a planetary emergency, but also to emergence, which is we're actually creating alternative futures. We're creating new civilizations that are not only going to be resilient to future shocks and stresses, but actually could be happier. We know that we've got the first generation that's making less than its parents. We've got the highest rate of mental illness and suicide in particular, Western society. You cannot tell me that actually the way in which we're engaging with our systems is not broken. So as Johan said, this is the greatest opportunity to totally shift into something really exciting and new. Do we have another question? Or are we going to drink?
There'll be a different kind of emergency if I'm standing in the way between this room and some refreshment. But thank you, everyone, for your time. Thank you, Johan. Thank you, Sandrine. And thanks, everyone, for listening, because I think listening and speaking from our heart is probably what we need to do over the next 2 weeks.
Can I maybe make one last little point?
Certainly can.
Sorry,
Never going to get in the way.
No, I've got my microphone. Thank you. I forgot to say that all the things that we've talked about, Johan, myself, and some modelers, and also thought leaders from across the South, the Global South, and the North are working together. It's called the Earth for All Project, and it's really talking about not just humanity on this Earth surviving, but all species. And we have 5 key turnarounds that we're looking at. We're looking at 2 sectoral major turnarounds, which is food and energy, but also equity, poverty, and family being really unpacking demographics. So clearly, in some countries, that will mean overpopulation, and therefore the impact on consumption. In others, it will mean very senior, older populations and much less children, and the issues that will bring as we transition. And we're very excited about this project because it actually will be released on the 50th anniversary of the Limits to Growth. And it will also be very interactive, bringing more people on the journey through citizen assemblies, through gaming, through a variety of different instruments, policy decision-making, through toolkits, et cetera, that hopefully will start to really make everything we've talked about real. And it is collaborative from the start. So we're hopeful that those of you who are interested first in becoming members of the Planetary Emergency Partnership and helping us on the health front and on other fronts unpack some of these things, but also in terms of Earth for All, we would love to bring you on that journey as well.
On that point, you know what to join? You know where the drinks are? You know who each other are? If you don't know who each other are, say hello. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.